Chapter 572, Disaster Looms. If it had been before, Leah would have certainly barged into the Dao Court's blockade without hesitation, but now, upon hearing the silver armor man speak of an impending disaster, he couldn't help but calm down and ponder carefully. He had a clear memory of the great battle that took place 20,000 years ago, which clearly involved powerhouses from outer heaven. Leah gave the silver armor man a deep look and then turned to fly downwards. The silver armor man watched as Leah disappeared into the sea of clouds and then slowly ascended himself. Divine exotic immortal spirit sat on Leah's shoulder, teasing, "You've actually stopped being reckless. It feels quite unfamiliar to me." Leah snorted, "I'm not in any hurry to leave, and besides, if the world is in trouble, I need to stay and protect the Supreme Sect." Sia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. To reach this point in his life, aside from Guan's protection, the support he had received from the Supreme Sect was substantial, and even now, he still considered himself a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Divine exotic immortal spirit sighed, "You really have grown up. What's with that tone? You make it sound like you're talking to a junior." Leah immediately pulled Divine exotic immortal spirit down from his shoulder and vigorously kneaded him in his arms. A breeze blew over with the sea of clouds, and as Leah bantered with Divine exotic immortal spirit, he suddenly felt as if nothing had really changed after all. At Dawn. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Guan sat on the eaves, watching the rising sun, his gaze reaching far into the distance. He saw the battle court, searching for the celestial spirit great world. Because the celestial spirit immortal venerable had reshaped the Tao rules, the new celestial spirit great world was temporarily separated from the path of the great Tao, making it hard for the battle court to directly find the celestial spirit great world. Nevertheless, through causality calculations, the battle court was getting increasingly closer to the celestial spirit great world. Immortal Emperor, Guan pondered this name. In the memory of the silent destruction god emperor, the lord of the war court was the immortal emperor. The Tao practice of this immortal emperor was unfathomably profound, and it was uncertain whether he would come this time. He had already sensed the auras of more than a dozen innate golden immortals within the approaching war court's forces, with more battle court powerhouses arriving continuously. Judging by the situation, they were determined to slaughter all the descendants of the Long clan. Guan wasn't the least bit perturbed. He was, on the contrary, looking forward to the arrival of the great battle, during which he could reap lifespan extensively. Generally, Guan wouldn't engage in slaughter, but if someone threatened him, it was an opportunity to kill righteously and justifiably. "Brother Gu, good morning." Bai Xing's laughter came from the courtyard, and Guan looked down to see Bai Xing waving at him. So he smiled and nodded in response. "Are you going to read books again today?" Guan asked. The civil examination was still a while away. It had been a month since they arrived in the imperial city, and every day Bai Xing would stroll through the city, mainly to find books to read. With Su Jin's help, Bai Xing had come across quite a bit of money on the way and was now quite wealthy. Bai Xing laughed, "I'm not reading today. I heard there's an immortal in the city taking disciples, and I want to see if it's a real immortal. Brother Gu, want to come along?" Guan shook his head, "You go ahead, I'm off to find someone for a drink." "You and your drinking." After chatting for a bit, Bai Xing left with Su Jin. Guan watched Bai Xing leave, knowing that once the impending disaster in the imperial city was over, it would be his time to leave as well. Having accompanied Bai Xing for a year, he had scattered his worries, and whatever happened between Bai Xing and Su Jin in the future, Guan would simply observe from afar. The imperial city bustled day after day. In the eyes of mortals, this imperial dynasty was the most powerful entity in the world, manipulating power, capable of altering heaven and earth. Little did they know, the world is vast, and even the seemingly immovable behemoths can be undone in an instant. If Guan didn't intervene, this imperial dynasty would be annihilated within days, and not even Su Jin in the Nirvana realm could stop it. The impending disaster would change Bai Xing's mindset, igniting a fiery passion for immortal cultivation like never before. Guan's thoughts drifted away as time rapidly slipped by. Dusk approached. As night neared, lights gradually lit up the city, and the imperial city became even more lively, with the noise reaching Gu An's ears. He still sat on the eaves, and following his gaze, billowing dark clouds were rolling toward the imperial city, creating a heavy oppression. At that moment, on another street in the city, Bai Xing stood on tiptoes in the crowd, looking towards the stage where a Daoist wearing a mask was performing a sword dance, with 5 disciples dressed as demons circling around him. The Daoist swordplay occasionally sped up, sharp as the wind, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Bai Xing didn't notice that Su Jin on his shoulder was looking up at the celestial vault. This demon Qi, Su Jin's eyes revealed a hint of dread. She hadn't expected the imperial city to attract such a terrifying demon. This is not good. She turned her head to look at Bai Xing and licked his face with her tongue. Stop it, I'll buy you something to eat after I'm done watching. Bai Xing said casually, his gaze fixed on the stage, filled with curiosity. Su Jin became anxious. She bit Bai Xing's neck, causing him pain that made him cover his neck with his hand. Without waiting for him to speak, she jumped to the ground and ran outside. There were too many people around, and Bai Xing, worried she might come to harm, could only follow her. After squeezing through the crowd, Bai Xing saw Su Jin squatting under a tree not far away, and he hurried over. Just as Bai Xing was about to scold Su Jin, she suddenly transformed, turning into a woman in a white dress with a bewitching face. This shocked Bai Xing so much that he instinctively stepped back. Smack! Su Jin grabbed Bai Xing's wrist and pulled him in front of her. Listen, I'm only going to say this once, don't scream and shout, a demon is about to descend, and everyone in the city will be devoured by it. I'm no match for it, I can only protect you. You need to come with me now. Su Jin stared at Bai Xing and spoke solemnly, then, pulling him, started walking towards the city gate. Wait a minute. Bai Xing came back to his senses and hurriedly said, trying hard to pull his hand away, but he could not break free from Su Jin's grip. Su Jin turned to look at him, her brow deeply furrowed. Bai Xing quickly said, even if you can't save the entire city's population, at least bring Brother Gu with us. Su Jin snorted, why should I bring him? After all, we've been traveling together, we're already like brothers, how could we abandon him? Bai Xing said in a pleading tone. He didn't care that he was shocked by Su Jin being a demon. He believed Su Jin wouldn't harm him. If she would, he would have been eaten already on their journey, so why wait until today? Fine. Su Jin said impatiently and then took Bai Xing to their residence. Boom, the sound of thunder rumbled, but the people inside the imperial city were still unaware of the danger. Within those thunderclouds, a terrifying figure was stirring, and a pair of blood-red eyes loomed over the human world. Suddenly, countless demon birds burst out of the sea of clouds, sweeping toward the imperial city, their flapping sounds merging together, instantly drowning out the city's hubbub and disturbing the citizens. In the woods, an Xian was sitting on a stone by the brook, fiddling with the 6 paths mirror in her hand. Footsteps approached, and the sect hierarch of Qingkuan sect, Yi Qingshan, arrived. His hair was white, but his face still looked young. He was wearing a wide, exquisite robe, and his presence as the head of a sect was hard to conceal. He came behind an Xian, bowed, and said, Predecessor, the Dao court sent people over, claiming that a great calamity is about to come to the world, and all sects must join forces to repel the enemy. They hope that our Qingkuan sect will accept the celestial Dao order to coordinate with the Dao court when the calamity arrives. However, this theory of heaven requires the infusion of Qingkuan sect's destiny, and I'm somewhat hesitant. An Xian replied, if there is hesitation, then refuse. Lately, she had gained new insights into the 6 paths mirror, and if it weren't for Yi Qingshan's call, she wouldn't have wanted to come out. But the Dao court is powerful, and compared to it, our Qingkuan sect is like the light of a rice grain against the brilliance of the moon. If we refuse, won't the Dao court target us? Yi Qingshan asked with a frown, his tone full of worry. If they become enemies just because we're unwilling to cooperate, it means that the Dao court does not have the greatness of spirit to shoulder the world. They just want to take the opportunity to calculate against all sections. Such a sect will sooner or later become an enemy. An Xian said casually as she stood up, turned around to look at Yi Qingshan, and asked, Is that all? Yi Qingshan was taken aback and replied, there's one more thing. Someone in the sect has achieved enlightenment and has become crazed. Can you take a look at him? Why not bring him over here? To tell the truth, his cultivation level can be considered top tier within the sect, and we can't handle him. He's locked himself in his cave mansion, raving that the sky is falling. I've never seen him so afraid. I wonder if it has something to do with the calamity mentioned by the Dao court? Yi Qingshan frowned again. There was something else he didn't mention. In fact, these years, during cultivation, he, too, had felt restless, with a sense of impending disaster hanging over his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, Battle Court Mythology. Confronting destiny. In the early morning, the sunlight cut through the smoke-filled ruins of the imperial city, where corpses and broken walls stained with bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bai Sheng, covered in dust and ash, stood atop the debris, staring at the horrific scenes in all directions, his pupils trembling, unable to accept what was before him. The city he considered the most prosperous had turned into ruins overnight, and the sight of the half-remaining mask of the sword-wielding Daoist head seen earlier touched him even more deeply. How could this happen? Bai Sheng muttered to himself, his voice trembling. He felt as though he was in a nightmare from which he could not awaken. He looked up into the distance, then immediately rushed down, beginning his search for Guan, combing through bodies along the way, fighting back fear and disgust. As the sun continued to rise, reaching high noon, he still hadn't found Guan, his hands now covered in fresh blood. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the street, lacking even the strength to lift his head. After a morning of searching, his heart knew no fear, only numbness. A figure appeared before him. He saw the person's shoes but couldn't bring himself to speak. Su Jin looked down at Bai Sheng and sighed. Didn't you say you'd rather die in the jaws of demons and ghosts than live a dull life? Last night, you witnessed a great demon that most mortals will never see in their entire lives. Shouldn't you feel fortunate? Bai Sheng hung his head and asked weakly, are you such a demon as well? Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New. Omicron, I do not delight in killing as they do, but I have killed people, killed demons, Su Jin responded, her answer plunging Bai Sheng into silence. Su Jin continued, since you've witnessed supernatural powers, why not cultivate immortality with me in the future? Help me, find, Brother Gu. Bai Sheng struggled to speak, and after uttering those 5 words, he completely lost his strength and fainted, toppling forward, but fortunately, Su Jin caught him in time. Su Jin held Bai Sheng in her arms, a smile appearing on her face. She had fantasized about this moment for 10,000 years and had finally achieved it. Don't worry, in this life I will surely protect you, just as you desperately protected me 10,000 years ago. Su Jin murmured softly to herself, lifting Bai Sheng up and then soaring into the sky. Her divine sense enveloped the entire city before continuing outward. Strange, where on earth did he go? Could a demon have devoured him? Su Jin wondered aloud to herself, but she didn't dwell on it. After all, she had already searched for Bai Sheng on behalf of him. If he couldn't be found, it wasn't her fault. She flew off into the distance with Bai Sheng in her arms, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The clouds above had scattered, and the sunlight spilled over the devastated imperial city, and gradually, a hint of murky energy began to dissipate. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless. In the courtyard, Guan lay in a rocking chair reading a book, occasionally instructing Shenzhen on how to control the Taiqing true fire beneath the artifact refining cauldron. It had been 10 years since he had parted from Bai Sheng. Shenzhen turned her head to look at Guan and asked, Guan, what's the origin of that Dao court? Within the Jianghu sect, it's widely rumored that the Dao court will become the sect that unifies the entire world. Guan answered casually, just like the Holy Court, the Dao court was once the ruler of a part of the great heaven and earth. After the great thousand world was reconstructed, they grew rapidly. Of course, they were able to do this because they had the backing of a highly practiced and powerful being. How strong is he, compared to you? Shenzhen asked with a raised eyebrow. Guan laughed. Haven't fought, hard to say. Yeah, right, with you talking like that person definitely isn't your match. Shenzhen rolled her eyes at Guan, who could hear her admiration for him in her heart, amazed by his strength, though her tone suggested otherwise. Guan, while turning the pages of his book, said, nevertheless, it's still too early for the Dao court to dream of unifying the celestial spirit great world. How far into the future can you see? Shenzhen asked curiously. In fact, she was extremely curious about Gu An's cultivation level but had always restrained herself, feeling too embarrassed to ask. Given the chance to probe, she wouldn't miss it. Don't ask anymore, the will of heaven cannot be revealed. Guan brushed off the question, and then turned over, his back to Shenzhen. Shenzhen huffed and then focused on comprehending the Dao treasure within the artifact refining cauldron. Silence returned to the courtyard, with only the occasional wind passing through. The three pristine true fire beneath the artifact refining cauldron flickered ceaselessly, as if it would never go out. As it wavered, time swiftly passed by. Spring came and went, and autumn arrived. 500 years had passed. 500 years later, Guan still lay on the same chair, while Shenzhen remained seated in front of the artifact refining cauldron. Guan turned over and rose, tucking the green hero travelogue into his chest, picked up the Cyan Hong sword, and drew it from its scabbard. The sound of the blade sliding from its sheath startled Shenzhen. She turned her head towards Guan, watched him handling the sword, and was about to ask what he was doing when suddenly her expression changed, and she looked up sharply. Not just her, everyone in the dojo was alarmed and looked up. Above them, the azure celestial vault began to pepper with black dots, which quickly expanded like black holes, riddling the vault with 1,000 gaping wounds. What is that? Shenzhen furrowed her brow and asked. Guan did not look up. He gently swung the Cyan Hong sword, replying, it's a transcendent force from beyond the great thousand world, known as the Battle Court. The Battle Court? Shenzhen had never heard of this name before. She asked in surprise, why do all these major sects like to name themselves Court, Holy Court, Dao Court, Battle Court? Your book Celestial Court can't possibly be real, can it? She had always suspected the investiture of the gods and journey to the west to be true, and now, thinking about it, it seemed very possible. After all, Gu An's Dao practice was beyond her imagination. It cannot be said, Guan said with a meaningful smile. He was thinking about what sword technique to use to sweep away the battle court. At that moment, he felt something and turned his head towards the distance, a flicker of unusual light in his eyes. He was looking in the direction of the Supreme Sect. At the same time, on the remote Taitsung continent, Candle Star and Yitsung appeared beneath Long Qing's attic, while the soul of the heaven-supporting ancestor emerged from within Long Qing's body. He gazed up at the celestial vault, his brow deeply furrowed. The battle court is truly fearsome, murmured the heaven-supporting ancestor to himself. Candle Star, too, looked up at the celestial vault, his face showing disbelief. The heaven-supporting ancestor turned to him and asked, aren't you also from the battle court? I heard you wanted the Supreme Sect to take the battle court's place. Yitsung looked at Candle Star as well, detecting the sarcasm in the heaven-supporting ancestor's voice. Taking a deep breath, Candle Star said, I didn't expect the battle court to have such depths. It seems that the existence has finished its seclusion and has called back those great powers who have been gone for so long. It's odd, he clearly despises the Long clan, and it was just those war gods targeting them, the heaven-supporting ancestor speculated. After all, even the celestial spirit god has fallen, and yet the battle court still dares to come. It must have some confidence. Candle Star couldn't answer, his heart was in turmoil. The oppressive force of the battle court's arrival made him tremble with fear. He dared not imagine the sight of facing those war gods, especially that existence. That existence was the myth and legend of the battle court. Even though he had reached the profound Yuan-free immortal realm, he had never seen that existence. Clang! The door of the attic flew open, and Long Qing walked out, descending the stairs at a steady pace, his expression calm. A figure abruptly appeared at the base of the stairs. It was Long Qing's son, Long Teng. Father, what is the origin of the anomaly in the sky? Why do I feel my chi blood surging uncontrollably? I even feel, Longting asked with a furrowed brow. Long Qing reached the landing and looked down at him, even feeling hostility, murderous intentions? Long Ting's eyes widened in shock as he pressed, Father, do you have the same feeling? Long Qing continued down the stairs, his gaze shifting towards the celestial vault. Some things are too late to tell you, and there is no need for you to know. Just watch. Just watch. Father, what are you going to do? Long Ting's eyebrows knitted again, an intense unease building within him. Long Qing stepped in front of him, giving the unnerving feeling that he could disappear at any moment, which instinctively made Long Ting reach out, attempting to grasp Long Qing's robe. Candle Star, Yitsong, and the heaven-supporting ancestor, all aware of the Long clan's destiny, kept silent, their eyes fixed on Long Qing. Yitsong clenched his fists tightly, filled with reluctance. He had not expected the battle court to come so swiftly. 500 years was a long time for mortals, but for him, it was insufficient for his cultivation level to break through, far from enough to aid his master. Just feeling the vast oppressive force enveloping heaven and earth told Yitsong that he could not meddle in this karmic destiny. But, how would his master face it? Yitsong knew that his own cultivation level was not much higher than his master's, but his master's composure filled him with anticipation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574. Annihilate completely. The celestial spirit great world celestial vault was covered with black holes of varying sizes. Every creature within the celestial spirit great world, as long as they looked up at the celestial vault, would see such a phenomenon and become panic-stricken. Since the vast majority of living beings had never witnessed such a phenomenon in their lives, it was inevitable that they would be fearful. All the major sects quickly formed arrays and sent great power cultivators to observe the sky. The vast oppressive force of the battle court enveloped the entire great world, yet no creature from the battle court had appeared. Long Qing took 2 steps forward, looking at the myriad of black holes with an extremely calm expression. He had already prepared himself to die. Long Ting looked at his father's silhouette, unable to resist asking, Father, what exactly are you planning to do? Long Qing didn't answer him. The protective formation of the supreme sect rose up, and figures began appearing around the attic. They were either high-ranking individuals of the supreme sect or descendants of the Long family. After Long Qing issued a precautionary command, he no longer spoke, and no matter who asked him, he did not respond. Sar the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yitsong looked at his master, feeling extremely distressed. Just then, brilliant lights arose from the horizon, all of them entering the black holes within the celestial vault. The lights entered the black holes and disappeared without causing any disturbance, as if traveling through time and space. Far beyond, in the depths of the universe, a dark purple light path stretching millions of miles was rapidly extending. Figures were walking on the light path, with black holes continuously appearing on both sides. Some figures stepped into the black holes, while others stepped out from within. On this dark purple light path, leading at the front was a 9-headed flood dragon covered in black dragon scales. Its 9 necks were like mountains, and its 9 dragon heads continuously spewed intense heat waves. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. This dragon was larger than any meteor it passed by, advancing like a creation god mountain, dignified and vast. Following behind it was an overwhelming march of creatures from the battle court, humans, demons, and ghostly evils, all moving in the same direction. In the midst of this multitude, a sword cultivator advanced. He wore a red robe tightened at the waist, the sleeves broad, his features were young and handsome, and his hair was snow-white. He looked ahead with furrowed brows. His name was Feng Xian, a renowned prodigy of the battle court who possessed the cultivation level of a profound yuan-free immortal. He was shocked by the sight before him. Having lived millions of years, it was his first time seeing the battle court amass such military force. Looking around, the terrifying aura emitted by those figures made him feel alienated. He even doubted if these people were from the battle court. Had he only been in seclusion for several 100,000 years for the battle court to have improved this much? Just to invade a great thousand world, is it necessary to send so many people? I heard that the silent destruction god emperor fell in that great thousand world, which is why there's such a massive mobilization. What? The silent destruction god emperor fell? How is that possible, being such an ancient being? We're going to the celestial spirit great world. This great world has just been reshaped. The world itself poses no threat to us, but there is an extremely terrifying being hiding inside, and it also intends to support the Long clan, which is provoking the battle court. The Long clan? They haven't been completely wiped out? Listening to the discussions around him, Fang Xian's mind conjured up an image of the silent destruction god emperor. He had only seen the silent destruction god emperor once when he went to listen to the emperor's doctrine. In his mind, the silent destruction god emperor's Tao practice was unfathomable, and even the high level of the battle court were very polite toward him. Such a being had actually fallen. Fang Xian felt uneasy. Although there were a lot of them, the more forces the battle court deployed, the more dangerous he felt this battle would be. The Tao practices of the high-level members of the battle court were beyond his imagination. Those beings certainly saw more than he did. Facing an unknown great battle, how should he ensure his own safety? Just as Fang Xian was lost in chaotic thoughts, from some of the black holes ahead flew out cultivators of the celestial spirit great world. When they saw the unending battle court light path, they were all startled. Before they could speak, nearby creatures from the battle court quickly took action. The great battle had officially commenced. Cultivators from worlds below the Zizai immortal realm had no power to resist. They were directly obliterated. Those with higher cultivation levels hurriedly escaped back into the black holes, through which they returned to the celestial spirit great world. Daoist field of the beginningless. All disciples had gathered in Gu An's courtyard, curious about the celestial phenomena above. Guan didn't say much. With a wave of his sleeve, the blue smoke above the artifact refining cauldron condensed rapidly, forming a large mirror that reflected the majestic sight of the battle court light path. An Xian, Shenzhen, celestial demon child, and blood prison great saint looked up and were all stunned. On the transuniversal battle court light path, the crowd surged like a tide, the massive beings as large as mountains appearing even more fearsome. Along the end of the battle court light path, a terrifying huge shadow loomed in the deep darkness, revealing only its upper body as if carrying forward this vast light path single-handedly. The battle court light path in the hand of this huge shadow resembled a sword thrusting forward, a scene that shocked everyone's eyes. Celestial demon child couldn't help but turn her head to look at Guan and asked, "Master, who are they?" The others also turned to look at Guan. The usually loquacious blood prison great saint and LV Xian were also stunned. Facing such a force, they felt only apprehension in their hearts. Guan responded, "This is the battle court, a power from beyond the great thousand world." An Xian pressed further, "Why have they come?" The others were also puzzled, waiting for Guan to clarify. Guan did not conceal anything and revealed the grievances between the Long clan and the battle court. This grudge has lasted for many years. 20,000 years ago, there was an entity known as the Silent Destruction God Emperor who also came for the descendants of the Long clan, Guan said calmly. Qin Chuan couldn't help but say, to usurp their nest and to exterminate them, this lord of the battle court is really not anything good, and by the looks of it, they're likely aiming to take over the celestial spirit great world. The others also started cursing at the battle court. An Xian suddenly thought of something. She looked at Guan and timidly asked, "Master, you granted Long Qing the Long surname, could it be?" As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. They all knew Long Qing, who was personally taken in as a disciple by Guan. An Xian still remembered that Guan had previously refused to guide Long Qing in cultivation because Long Qing carried a great cause and effect. Guan nodded and said, "Yes, Long Qing is indeed a descendant of the Long clan." Everyone looked at each other after hearing this. Blood Prison Great Saint became excited and asked, "Master, will you take action?" The others also felt invigorated by this. They had practiced arduously in the dojo. The higher their realm, the more they revered Gu An's cultivation level. They had always been curious about just how strong Guan was. Surely such a powerful battle court could force Guan to reveal all his strength? It is his destiny, why should I intervene? Being able to adopt him, I already took a great risk. Guan shook his head and chuckled. The others didn't buy it. In their eyes, Guan would surely protect Long Qing, just as he protected them. Jianghu lamented, who knows how many years of cultivation it will take before I can qualify to participate in such a great battle. Scenes of battle appeared in the mirror atop the artifact refining cauldron. Endless cultivators from the celestial spirit great world surged out of the black holes, blocking the battle court's advancement. Today's celestial spirit great world was far beyond the previous era's celestial spirit great heaven and earth, with an astonishingly consolidated power. LV Xian, Qin Chuan, and others, seeing endless cultivators and demons entering the battle through the black holes, felt their blood boiling. Guan didn't immediately take action. He saw this calamity as a good thing, letting the beings of the Great Thousand World feel a sense of crisis. Moreover, this cause and effect had to be ended by the Long family themselves. Guan did not want to publicly tie himself with the Long family on the surface, waiting for Long Qing to be overwhelmed before intervening. On the other side of heaven and earth, Long Qing leaped up, flying towards the black hole in the sky. Candle Star transmitted to him, saying, "Come with me, facing such a battle court, you have no chance of victory." Long Qing did not respond to him, nor did he look back. Candle Star stood in front of the pavilion, opening his mouth, but he ultimately could not muster the courage to go forward and fight alongside Long Qing. He knew full well the terror of the battle court, and crucially, the strength now displayed by the battle court was even more formidable than he had known. He sensed the determination of the battle court, vowing to completely annihilate the Long clan. Right in the celestial spirit great world. Watching Long Qing's figure disappear into the black hole, Long Ya looked at Long Teng, anxiously asking, "Big brother, what exactly is father trying to do? Shouldn't we help him?" Long Teng was about to speak when a sonorous voice echoed through the entire great heaven and earth. "Descendant of the Long clan, you have stood up, and indeed, you have not dishonored the bloodline of the Long clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 575, Dharma Aspect Shocks the Heavens. The sudden voice plunged the entire celestial spirit great world into silence, and all living beings felt their hearts chill just hearing it. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence could possess such an imposing aura. Candle Star looked up at the celestial vault, his expression somewhat bewildered as he murmured to himself, "Master." He understood that the Lord of the War Court used such terrifying power not only targeting to execute Long Qing, but mainly against the protector of the celestial spirit great world. Thinking of his master facing off against the fearsome being capable of annihilating a celestial spirit god, his emotions were complex. He also thought of the mythological beings of the War Court, fearing that an unprecedented fierce battle was about to occur, one that would reduce the celestial spirit great world to ashes. He turned to look at his disciples gazing up at the celestial dome in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. After so many years at the Supreme Sect, he had grown attached to this place, but no amount of attachment was worth more than life itself. He had already forsaken the War Court, and in the face of such a situation, all he could do was flee. He withdrew his gaze and disappeared into thin air in front of the pavilion. Long Teng, Long Ya, and the other cultivators around them hadn't expected him to flee. They thought he was going to support Long Qing, so they didn't think too much of it. The heaven-supporting ancestor re-entered Yitsang's body. His voice echoed in Yitsang's mind, "There are many presences within the War Court that are beyond my match." In the face of such a massive invasion, the celestial spirit great world stands no chance of winning. Candle Star has already fled, and you should leave as well. Upon hearing this, Yitsang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the black hole above. On the other side of heaven and earth, with the mountains undulating, Bai Xing stepped out of the forest and stood on the hillside, gazing at the spectacular phenomenon in the sky, his brow furrowed deeply, his eyes full of shock. This was the second time in his life that his understanding had been overturned. Su Jin arrived at his side, equally shocked as she looked up at the celestial vault. Bai Xing turned to look at her and asked, "What is this spectacle? How high is the realm of the person who just spoke? And what's the background of the Long clan?" Su Jin took a deep breath and said, I'm not sure, I can't even guess his realm. You see, I've lived for over 10,000 years, could be influential in the imperial dynasty, but in the grand scheme of the great world, I'm just an inconspicuous minor character. To many of the great powers, killing me would be as simple as crushing an insect. As for the Long clan, I have never heard of them either. My understanding of the great heaven and earth is not as extensive as you imagine. Bai Xing couldn't help remarking, it's indeed true that there are always higher beings. If one day, I can make a sound that resonates with all living beings across heaven and earth, then this life would have not been lived in vain. Sar the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Su Jin rolled her eyes at him, said with irritation, You always talk like you're giving your last words. Can't you think about diligently cultivating and pursuing longevity? Is there really such a thing as immortality in this world? Even if one ascends to immortality, as you said, there is still an end to it. I don't care, you must aim for it anyway. They began to bicker, unaware that this was a calamity sweeping across the entire world. In the vast and boundless universe, myriad black holes of all sizes dotted the cosmos, acting like channels through time and space, with figures emerging from them. Fang Xian walked on the battle court light path, looking ahead at the looming great battle with a calm expression. The celestial spirit great world erupted in astonishing solidarity, as more and more figures rushed in to block the advance of the war court, yet they did not slow down the pace of the war court's forces. Fang Xian didn't rush to take action. On this occasion, he planned to do the bare minimum, and with the most terrifying existences yet to appear, he dared not act. I am a descendant of the Long clan, Long Qing. This causality should be borne by me. Long Qing's voice suddenly came, weak in the vast cosmos even though he shouted with all his might. Fang Xian caught the sound of Long Qing, with the words Long clan making it impossible for him to ignore. A pressure stronger than any of the combatants bore down, halting every living being engaged in the battle. A Daoist Zhang Zizai immortal from the celestial spirit great world showed a look of horror, unable to move under this overwhelming pressure. His pupils suddenly dilated, and following his gaze, an imposing figure in the darkness behind the battle court light path gradually became clearer. Fang Xian's gaze, however, looked in the direction of Long Qing's voice. Long Qing stepped out from a black hole, his right hand raised to his chest, his two fingers together. While moving through the air with floating steps, he was casting divine skills. Streams of gray mist emerged from his body, coalescing into figures around him. Furthermore, the space in the surrounding universe twisted, spontaneously producing more gray mists that continued to solidify into humanoid shapes. More and more gazes fell upon Long Qing, but no one from the war court side made a direct move against him. As Long Qing, who was executing the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, looked into the distance, a giant shadow gradually became clear. It was a black-robed Daoist with a Qilin headdress and a stern face. He floated like a mirage behind the battle court light path, with his lower half seeming illusory, and only his upper half clearly visible. It was the Master of Candle Star, the current lord of the war court. His title was the Candle Celestial Monarch. The Candle Celestial Monarch was so immense that everything in the universe seemed trifling in his presence, and to the celestial spirit cultivators witnessing this figure, he appeared as the founding god who created the cosmos. As the Candle Celestial Monarch emerged from the darkness, everyone from the side of the celestial spirit great world, except Long Qing, lost their courage and willingness to fight. It seemed as though the Candle Celestial Monarch had merely leaned forward. He looked down upon Long Qing, observing the Dharma aspects coalescing behind him, with an indifferent gaze, and he said, Has your esteemed self not shown yourself yet? Could it be that you have given up on the Long clan? This question likewise echoed throughout the celestial spirit great world. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, an Xian and the others one by one turned their heads to look at Guan, holding the Cyan Hong sword, said, Why look at me? Qing'er's divine skills are not simple. Perhaps he can resolve this on his own. As he spoke, he lifted the blade, his left hand supporting the edge, the tip pointing toward a mirror above the artifact refining cauldron, as if aiming at the Candle Celestial Monarch within it. Hearing this, though more confused, the crowd still turned their heads to look at the scene in the mirror. The world fell silent. All living beings waited for another voice to rise, but it never came. In the cosmic void, as the number of Dharma aspects behind Long Qing grew, the expressions of the powerhouses from the war court changed. In less than 10 breaths' time, the number of Dharma aspects surrounding Long Qing had exceeded 10,000, and one Dharma aspect, towering 10,000 zhang, radiated an aura of contempt for the universe, causing both celestial spirit cultivators and war court warriors to involuntarily fix their gaze on him. Long Yu, the voice of the candle celestial monarch, rose, as if murmuring softly. As soon as his voice fell, figures scattered apart, quickly surrounding Long Qing and his Dharma aspects, each figure emanating an unrivaled aura, using their own powerful presence to seal off Long Qing. Those celestial spirit cultivators who were suppressed by the candle celestial monarch vanished into ash, only cultivators far away survived, and those who had come forth from the black holes as reinforcements all stopped in their tracks, their attention entirely on Long Qing. The Dharma aspects summoned by Long Qing each radiated a brilliant light, converging into a sparkling region in the universe. Those dozen or so war court powerhouses were scattered around, as if enacting some kind of elusive formation to block the strong light emitted by the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. Such a rich force of karma. To summon so many powerful Dharma aspects with such cultivation level, the Long clan is indeed extraordinary. If that's all there is, it's not worth us joining hands. Perhaps the existence behind him has already fled. No one can afford the karma of acting against a celestial god. This divine skill seems to utilize bloodline karma. The war court powerhouses discussed among themselves, completely disregarding Long Qing. The distant candle celestial monarch did the same, whether it was despicable of what stood behind Long Qing or contempt for Long Qing himself. Listening to the voices from all around, Long Qing took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened, and his face began to crack open as blood seeped out. The gray aura around him suddenly turned into a bloody one, and an even more terrifying figure rapidly took shape, as if a giant stood up behind him, quickly growing larger, surpassing the Dharma aspect known as Long Yu by the candle celestial monarch. Upon seeing this Dharma aspect figure, the eyes of the candle celestial monarch suddenly changed. Kill him. The voice of the candle celestial monarch rose, and as soon as the words were spoken, the war court powerhouses encircling Long Qing all made their move, with the force of thunder. The terrifying pressure coming from all directions made Long Qing feel as if he were being torn apart, yet, he did not die. He looked up to see 100,000 zhang tall, blood-colored figure wielding a long spear with one hand, fending off the powerful mana coming at him from every direction. This blood-colored figure was clad in armor, his true face obscured, but he emanated an unrivaled and imperious aura. His appearance made everyone from the war court tense up. In the sea of people, Fang Xian's pupils trembled, and his heart was hit by a storm of shock. The cultivators of the celestial spirit great world were similarly dumbstruck. In that moment, even within the great heaven and earth, all living beings could see a blood-colored figure reflected in the celestial vault, towering high into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Celestial Destruction God, Greater Cause and Effect. Looking at the blood-colored figure behind Long Qing, everyone from the battle court was shocked, for the figure's aura was immensely powerful, especially the spear in its hand, which emanated an extremely dangerous aura that seemed capable of collapsing the entire universe. Amid countless Dharma aspects, the blood-colored figure stood like Mount Tai surveying the surrounding peaks, shocking even Long Qing. In Long Qing's mind, the strongest should have been Emperor Longxin. He had managed to manifest the figure of Emperor Longxin, which was that enormous figure. Yet, Emperor Longxin appeared so weak in front of this blood-colored figure. After mastering the celestial dragon technique, Long Qing dared not casually manifest his Dharma aspect, as he only had one chance. This was his first encounter with the blood-colored figure. Somehow, he knew the name of this figure. Long Mia. Long Qing had heard this name before, the grandson of Emperor Longxin, the son of Long Jun. He had heard Long Jun boast that Long Mia possessed the strongest talent within the Long clan, but after seeing the figure of Emperor Longxin, he believed Emperor Longxin was the strongest. Today, he truly understood how terrifying the strongest figure of the Long clan could be. Longqing's skin continuously cracked open, and blood incessantly seeped out. He quickly turned into a bloody figure, but his eyes were so bright. With his own strength, Long Mia demonstrated power that dominated the current battlefield against numerous strong members of the battle court. From afar, Candle Celestial Monarch watched Long Mia, frowning deeply. 10 innate golden immortals actually couldn't destroy this Dharma aspect. What was the origin of this Dharma aspect? The innate golden immortals who were casting spells were equally shocked. Their power was enough to destroy the universe, but they concentrated their mana together, trying their best not to affect the heavenly Tao. Yet, the existence they targeted would suffer a more intense impact. However, Long Mai's Dharma aspect easily resisted their attacks. How could they remain calm? Long Qing struggled to lift his right hand, and in an instant, the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect holding the spear pushed forward, vigorously repelling several innate golden immortals and causing airwaves that shook the battle court light path. Almost instantly, all Dharma aspects surged like arrows, rushing toward the battle court light path. Long Qing was still performing the celestial dragon technique, continuously manifesting Dharma aspects, and joining the battle, while the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect continued to guard behind Long Qing. Everyone, retreat. A great cultivator from the Dao court loudly commanded, and with someone leading, other hesitating cultivators quickly retreated to observe from a distance. The Long clan's Dharma aspects, like a grand army, swiftly advanced onto the battle court light path, as more and more battle court cultivators joined the fight. Fang Xian drew a sword, ready for battle, his gaze fixated on the blood-colored figure of Long Mia, his heart filled with astonishment. A loose immortal could summon such a formidable entity. Was this the Long clan? He had always failed to understand why the upper ranks of the battle court insisted on completely annihilating the Long clan, but now he understood. Facing such an enemy, it was indeed necessary to eliminate them completely. However, another thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. How did these high-level individuals snatch the battle court from the Long clan? As Fang Xian was lost in thought, a sword light streaked over his head, powerfully colliding with space, striking the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, which still defended with the spear in its hand. Two formidable forces collided, creating shockwaves that caused distant celestial spirit cultivators watching the battle to vanish in smoke and dust, while cultivators from the battle court side were protected by a force of destiny, spared from disaster. From afar, an energy barrier enveloped the battle court light path, defending against all impacts. In Daoist field of the beginningless, within the courtyard. Everyone intently stared at the artifact refining cauldron's mirror, watching the power standoff between Dragon Annihilation's Dharma aspect and Candle Celestial Monarch, secretly terrified at the immense power before them, where every existing being between the two seemed insignificant. Furthermore, Candle Celestial Monarch's aura could even reach into Celestial Spirit Great World. They were fine, protected by the dojo, but the outer environment trembled, a catastrophe for mortal spirits. An Exian involuntarily looked at Guan, noting her master was still calmly watching the battle, and she was puzzled. "Master, why aren't you taking action yet?" This isn't like him, and moreover, this calamity originates from Qing Air. He certainly won't stand by idly. Could it be that Master has already planned a response? It must be so. Master is always like this, claiming indifference, yet always ends up intervening. With that thought, Enzin's confusion cleared, replaced by exhilaration. In her heart, her master had always possessed great compassion to protect all living beings, and she had witnessed it many times. Even if Master wanted to leave, he would just disguise his identity and hide in another part of the world, showing that at heart, Master couldn't sever his ties to this land. Guan stared at the image in the mirror, hearing the thoughts of the crowd, especially those of an Exian. He felt both relieved and helpless. He was relieved that an Exian had always trusted him, but he felt helpless because his image in Enzin's mind was too great. Guan indeed had a strategy to cope. This calamity, originating from the grudge and karma of the Long clan, was different from previous calamities. It was a disaster of the Long family, triggered by his reincarnation body, and he would naturally resolve it. However, he would not do so as Guan, but as Long Zhan. In this calamity, he would not let the innocent die. The more evil the battle court behaved, the more it would provoke his desire to kill. His pupils flickered with a peculiar purple-golden flame. Have you already joined them? Guan stared at the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect in the mirror and muttered to himself. He felt the aura of the heavenly Tao emanating from the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. This aura was similar to that of the celestial spirit god and the celestial extreme god. No wonder Long Mia could escape the karma of the Long clan. It turned out that a stronger force was shielding him from karma. But this time was different. Long Qing was using the karma from bloodlines, and as long as Long Mia did not change his physical body, the karma attached to the bloodline would still exist. Candle Celestial Monarch, being in the late stage of innate golden immortal realm and joined by 16 other innate golden immortals, was strangely unable to defeat the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. Guan was curious about what cultivation level Long Mai's true self had reached now. Additionally, Guan noticed that these innate golden immortals had a different kind of destiny aura from the battle court. They originated from the battle court, but they bore the destiny of other forces, more intense. This meant these innate golden immortals had other backgrounds. It seemed there were other calculations behind this battle. Guan began to look forward to the appearance of the immortal emperor. As for getting involved in more trouble, Guan was not too concerned. This battle would certainly allow him to reap a tremendous lifespan, and perhaps after some time, he would break through to a higher realm. On the vast earth, countless fierce beasts were slaughtering each other, the ground split open, blood flowed into rivers, and corpses were countless. The fierce ground battle continued, but the celestial vault was extraordinarily bright, with stacked clouds making the celestial vault appear even more expansive. A towering figure clad in blood armor stood proudly among the clouds. His hands hung naturally, his shoulder armor resembled a dragon, and his white hair fluttered in the wind, with a blood flower mark on his forehead. His face was handsome, but his gaze was so indifferent. He looked down at the slaughter below, his expression unchanged, but the reflection of Long Qing employing the celestial dragon technique flickered in his pupils. His figure was identical to the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. Next to him stood a long spear, the body of the spear covered in blood scales, the spearhead like the claw of a true dragon, its tip refracting a cold light. A figure leapt up and landed beside him. This was a cyan-robed Daoist, standing on a red gourd, bearing an air of immortality and wearing a cynically amused smile. Celestial Destruction God, someone else is using your power again? How long will you protect them? The cyan-robed Daoist asked teasingly. Celestial Destruction God's expression remained indifferent as he calmly said, "It's not exactly using, that's their own capability." The cyan-robed Daoist raised his hand and drew a circle in front of him, revealing an illusion reflecting the battle outside the celestial spirit great world. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect was so eye-catching. At its feet, a strong light gathered around Long Qing, who was continuously consolidating the Dharma aspect. The continuous Dharma aspect assaulted the battle court light path, with Candle Celestial Monarch stepping over from above, continuously approaching the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. Those 16 innate golden immortals surrounded the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, endlessly displaying divine skills and spells, shaking the entire universe. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The edges of the universe displayed twisting rainbows. The tremors were from the great Tao. So many innate golden immortals attacking a loose immortal, quite extravagant. Without your power, this guy would have died long ago. Does this still count as his capability? The cyan-robed Daoist asked, half smiling. Celestial Destruction God was silent for a moment before saying, "This is a divine skill called Celestial Dragon Technique created by my grandfather. It gathers all those with bloodline karma through the bloodline, allowing them to form Dharma aspects to fight on their behalf. This child has summoned so many Dharma aspects, his lifespan will be exhausted. This is his last battle." Last battle? I doubt it. You always say this, yet you always end up intervening. Without your intervention, the Long clan would have perished long ago. The cyan-robed Daoist shook his head. To this, Celestial Destruction God did not respond. The cyan-robed Daoist continued, it won't be long before you can break through and reach a higher realm. Your immortal position could be promoted, and if you could be transferred back to the 3,000 great worlds, you would be able to protect your descendants. The reflection of Candle Celestial Monarch gleamed in Celestial Destruction God's eyes, his gaze so cold. He watched Candle Celestial Monarch continuously destroying the Celestial Dragon Dharma aspects, approaching his own Dharma aspect. This time, fate might be hard to escape, with even stronger beings approaching, Celestial Destruction God solemnly said, pausing momentarily before adding, no matter, with me here, the bloodline can continue. When I return, I will let these folks experience the most painful torment of the Great Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Ancestral Dragon War, the sword that cleaved the universe in the universe's void that constantly shimmered with bright light. The Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect wielded the gun's shadow in its hand, blocking divine skills attacks from all directions, manifesting an unstoppable aura. More and more battle court powerhouses joined the surrounding attack, spreading out in different directions, beginning to form their formations with a majestic momentum. Above the head of the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, clouds of light tumbled, where dragon and phoenix phantoms intertwined, as if another dazzling heaven and earth were descending. As the number of battle court powerhouses involved in the battle soared, the aftermath grew rapidly stronger, with continuous black holes being annihilated, forcing celestial spirit cultivators to either flee back into black holes or retreat at full speed. The fleeing cultivators looked back, unable to conceal the horror on their faces. That person called Long Qing, who exactly is he? His cultivation level aura is clearly just a loose immortal. I've never heard of him, but the divine skills he's using are too terrifying. No wonder he has provoked so many powerful beings. So, in addition to chi absorption cultivation, cultivating divine skills can also lead to attainment. Since those guys are targeting that person called Long Qing, we indeed should not get involved. Today's battle has truly been an eye-opener for us. Within the great world, we swagger and dominate, but in outer heaven, there are far too many existences stronger than us. The celestial spirit cultivators discussed while fleeing. Today's battle they would never forget the name Long Qing. On the other side, the Candle Celestial Monarch had already arrived in front of the circle surrounded by innate golden immortals. He retrieved a golden pestle from his sleeves, which connected with 9 golden chains and had a silver-blue gem embedded at the bottom. As it shook, a strange power of the Great Tao burst forth, causing all living beings in the universe to feel dizzy. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New 0. Long Qing maintained the gesture of deploying the Celestial Dragon technique, his body covered in blood, with bare white bones faintly visible on his elbow and shoulder. Staring at the golden pestle in the hands of the Candle Celestial Monarch, Long Qing felt a strong sense of dread, and seeing that the other Dharma aspects could not shake the battle court light path, he felt desolate. I have already exerted my full strength, even summoning the most powerful ancestors. Why am I still unable to overcome them? Long Qing fell into confusion. Before the battle, he had been full of confidence, determined to face death. But when he actually faced the battle court, only then did he realize why his clan met such fate. Just thinking of Long Teng, Long Ye, and other descendants, he felt unprecedented fear. He had not yet had the chance to sever the connections with his descendants. If he died, they would have to die too. Even the entire celestial spirit great world might be destroyed. Long Qing's eyes filled with hatred. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Battle court, Long Qing gritted his teeth and growled lowly. His blood energy surged, and the aura of the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect suddenly increased. The Candle Celestial Monarch noticed his anomaly, immediately swinging the golden pestle in his hand, with a burst of golden light accompanied by a scorching heatwave enveloping Long Qing and the Dharma aspects. In an instant, countless Dharma aspects were successively annihilated, leaving only Long Qing's skeleton, and his soul body also appeared. The Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect moved 1 foot backward, in a posture fully resisting. Outside the formation, all the battle court cultivators watched this scene, their faces showing frantic excitement. Fang Xian was also like this, staring at the golden pestle, his eyes burning hot, it was the battle court's treasure, known as the war god Golden Pestle, a treasure that all cultivators of the battle court yearned for. The war god Golden Pestle made the entire universe bright, stars rapidly burned, Dao's spiritual chi was burned into a hot mist. This golden light seemed capable of burning everything away. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect shook its arm, the gun's shadow in its hand burst forth with terrifying blood energy, transforming into thousands of blood dragons, dispersing the vast golden light, rushing first to attack the Candle Celestial Monarch. The Candle Celestial Monarch's eyes turned cold, he leaped up, raising the war god Golden Pestle high and smashed it down towards the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, his figure no less than the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, his high position giving him an incredibly terrifying aura. Sir the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The figure of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect was reflected in the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world, and as the Candle Celestial Monarch leaped above the head of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, his silhouette was also seen by the beings of the celestial spirit great world. This scene caused all living beings to tremble in fear, no matter where they were. Witnessing this scene, their eyelids jumped wildly. Bang! The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect raised its spear for a stab. The light cloud above was directly dispersed, great magical power carrying a blood wind ascended, as if intending to pierce through the top of the universe. The Candle Celestial Monarch held the war god Golden Pestle to block the blood wind. But only for a moment, the Candle Celestial Monarch exploded with a sudden and violent storm of attacks, the war god Golden Pestle quickly swinging, and the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect similarly swung the gun's shadow in its hand. Myriad illusions burst forth, as if two worlds were colliding, the earth and mountains shattered, ocean straits were destroyed, celestial beasts roared as they rushed towards each other, both vanishing into illusion. Various fantastical scenes unfolded, dazzling the observers. This was a collision of two Dao fruit worlds, a confrontation of the Dao. As the Dao generates all things, their every move contained myriad changes. The battle court cultivators watching were equally dumbfounded, unable to approach. They were barely holding on, maintaining the formation outside. Below the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, Long Qing, with only his soul attached to his skeleton, still retained his will. He could no longer see clearly what was around him, everything in his eyes was shaking, his vision increasingly blurry. He struggled to think of his children, but his will was pulled down by an unprecedented heaviness. Just as he was about to despair, he instinctively thought of a figure. Master, above the sea of clouds, the celestial destruction god and the cyan-robed Daoist were still watching the battle in the illusion. The cyan-robed Daoist clicked his tongue in wonder. He's about to give in, your Dharma aspect is dispersing. Following his gaze, although the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect in the illusion was still maintaining its attack, the blood light on its body was dimming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Ancestral Dragon War. The sword that cleaved the universe _2. The celestial destruction god did not make a sound, but the coldness in his eyes grew more intense. Descendant, is this all you can achieve? The celestial destruction god pondered silently. Although he spoke of protecting the Long family if he was present, he understood in his heart that if Long Qing's lineage perished, the Long clan would cease to exist. After attaining the immortal class, he severed his ties with the mortal world. The reason he continued to protect his descendants was merely due to a fixation in his heart. He was unwilling to see the Long clan meet such a fate, but unfortunately, he could not personally aid the Long clan. At that moment, a brilliant light burst forth in the apparition, erupting from the feet of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, or rather, it was Long Qing who was radiating the light. Long Qing's soul body shone with an exceptionally bright white light. His flesh began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his will was also being restored. He was still thinking of his mentor when he suddenly felt a miraculous power burst from the depths of his soul body, different from the pain induced by the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. This power made him feel extremely comfortable, sweeping away his pain and fatigue. The Candle Celestial Monarch seemed to sense it and quickly retreated. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect also stopped its actions. The 16 innate golden immortals presiding over the grand formation felt immense pressure, an invisible force pushing them back. They widened their eyes, their gaze fixed on Long Qing. Numerous cultivators from the battle court also looked towards Long Qing. Everyone watched as the intense light on Long Qing's body began to condense into a figure. This figure rapidly grew taller, the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect disintegrated, transforming into an endless stream of blood energy that surrounded this new Dharma aspect. The blood energy quickly faded from red. Fang Xian watched this figure rapidly rise, his heart pounding wildly. His intuition told him that the terrifying presence he feared most was about to reveal itself. Because the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect was reflected in the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world, all living beings could see the new Dharma aspect. This new Dharma aspect shone with white light all over, quickly growing to the same size as the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. Compared to the destructive aura of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, the aura of this Dharma aspect was even more vast and majestic, as if it hailed from the source of time, overlooking all transformations on the great Tao. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, an Exian, celestial demon child, and others watched more clearly through the mirror on the artifact refining cauldron. They all turned their heads to look at Guan, their expressions peculiar. LV Xian couldn't hold back and was the first to ask, "Master, isn't that Dharma aspect you?" The Dharma aspect condensing from Long Qing was in the form of Long Zhan. Although the attire's outline was different from Gu Ans, the posture and facial features were extremely similar to Guan. And how could it be such a coincidence? Long Qing was also Gu Ans' disciple. Wasn't it said that the celestial dragon Dharma aspect could only summon his ancestors? Shen Zhen murmured. Her voice was light, but in everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Could Guan be Long Qing's ancestor? The blood prison great saint's eyes lit up, and he instantly believed it. Following Guan for so many years, seeing countless orphans, he had never seen Guan take in anyone else, and he had long noticed how much Long Qing resembled Guan. Guan remained calm, still staring at the mirror, merely having sheathed the Cyan Hong sword into its scabbard. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, everyone could only refocus their gaze on the mirror. When the Dharma aspect on Long Qing thoroughly solidified, the terrifying pressure enveloping the celestial spirit great world rapidly dissipated, and all living beings breathed a sigh of relief. On the edge of the Taicang continent, the waves crashed against the shore. Leah stood on the edge of a cliff, looking up at the celestial vault, his pupils trembling. Junior brother Gu, Leah did not know the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, but he immediately recognized that the Dharma aspect resembled Gu, and junior brother Gu had saved the world once again, so junior brother Gu had never left. At this moment, Leah felt a strong fighting spirit arise. Junior brother Gu had not left, so he could not leave either. He resolved to stay in the celestial spirit great world, to protect all living beings. As for Zhang Buku, he had no leads to search for, so he decided it would be better to find them after attaining the Tao. Elsewhere, Bai Xing looked up at the towering Dharma aspect, his expression peculiar. For some reason, he found this figure somewhat familiar. Su Jin, however, did not think too much about it. Guan had not left a profound impression in her memory. She had disliked Guan from the beginning and naturally would not hold him in her heart. On the other side of the human world, on a barren plain, a man wrapped in a large robe walked through the wind and sand. He looked up and saw the massive Dharma aspect on the celestial vault. A look of shock appeared on his weathered face, but it quickly gave way to a smile. "Guan, you're indeed still here." Martial resolution murmured to himself, then bowed his head, continuing to move forward against the wind and sand. Having glimpsed Guan, his heart was completely at ease. The heavens would not collapse, and he could continue pursuing his destiny. The gaze of all living beings was focused on Gu Ans' Dharma aspect. Aside from Gu Ans' old acquaintances, the multitude of beings felt hope. At the first sight of this Dharma aspect, all beings felt a profound peace. This feeling was peculiar, yet it truly existed. Long Qing slowly raised his head to look and then stood there dumbfounded. After 2 breaths' time, he suddenly turned around and soared into the air. When he arrived in front of the Dharma aspect, he was completely stunned. A name surfaced in his mind. Long Zhan. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He had heard of Long Zhan's name, the true primordial ancestor of the Long clan, the ancient existence that truly established the battle court, while Emperor Longxin merely inherited his legacy. He had actually summoned the primordial ancestor. But that wasn't the most crucial part. What shocked him was how much the primordial ancestor's face resembled his mentor's. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. It was his mentor. Suddenly, he realized, and all his doubts were dispelled. Why did his mentor choose to adopt him? Asterisk if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Ancestral Dragon War, The Sword That Cleaved the Universe _3 Master, why do you want to help him fight against the silent destruction god Emperor? He suddenly became excited, enveloped by a huge surprise, trembling all over. The Long clan actually has such an ancestor. The voice of Candle's celestial monarch came through, filled with emotion. Just the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect alone was troublesome enough for him, and now the emergence of an even more daunting Dharma aspect gave him a chilling sense of an unbeatable adversary. He trusted his intuition. Master, it's time for you to make a move. The voice of Candle's celestial monarch rose again, teasing in tone. All the cultivators of the battle court looked towards Candle's celestial monarch, almost every one of them showing a bit of astonishment. In the hearts of the vast majority of battle court cultivators, Candle's celestial monarch was the strongest, and they had not expected him to have brought along his master. The master of the Lord of the War Court, could it be that ancient myth? As Candle's celestial monarch's words fell, a gigantic pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness of the void behind him, looming over the entire battlefield. The stature of Candle's celestial monarch was colossal, taller than any mountain in the world, yet before these eyes, he was less significant than their pupils. Faced with these eyes, every creature felt panic. The celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world also revealed these eyes, causing all beings to tremble with fear, unable to comprehend what the heavens and the earth were facing. They could only focus on Guan's Dharma aspect. Perhaps this mysterious existence could protect them. Long Qing turned around and was equally frightened by the silhouette behind Candle's celestial monarch. What kind of eyes were those? He had lived for 20,000 years and, with the experiences of his previous life, had never seen such terrifying eyes, like the abyss of the universe, hiding the utmost horror and despair. He is not the person I am looking for, he is just an effect Enka's Dharma aspect. A voice of cold indifference echoed through the universe, audible to all the myriad beings of the great thousand world. Each word trembled the hearts of all beings, as if the supreme heavenly Tao was declaring the laws of heaven. Candle's celestial monarch was about to speak, but another voice interrupted his thoughts. The one you seek may well be me. All the cultivators of the battle court turned their heads in unison, including the innate golden immortals and even those celestial spirit cultivators watching from the distant void. The voice came from the Dharma aspect behind Long Qing. Long Qing turned and clenched his excited fists tightly. That was his master's voice. His master was his primordial ancestor, ancestral dragon war. This fact did not cause him to crumble, rather, he felt fortunate. The person he most revered was his ancestor. It felt like a dream. Guan's Dharma aspect lifted his right hand, a myriad of silver lights appeared in his palm, quickly converging into a sword. The moment he grasped the sword, Guan's voice rang out again, break. Ping, space shattered like a mirror, all beings were frozen in place, including the innate golden immortals, unable to move. They saw a dense expanse of spatial fragments before them, where a more majestic figure appeared behind Candle's celestial monarch. It was a man in a white robe, with yellow, withered hair longer than his robe, his face shriveled, like skin stretched over bone, his eye sockets deep set. The entirety of his appearance was shockingly terrifying. It was the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor's face showed astonishment. Long Qing, too, was startled by the sudden appearance of the immortal emperor. Then, his attention was caught by the sword light. Glancing inadvertently, he saw a silver blade, spanning longer than the heavens and the earth, slash before him, as if a mythological celestial river had appeared. Sar the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That was the sword in Gu An's Dharma Aspect's hand. Long Qing couldn't move, he could not even hear any sound. Not just him, all beings had lost their hearing, unable to act, merely witnessing the Dharma Aspect raising his sword to strike at Candle Celestial Monarch and the Immortal Emperor. All the cultivators of the battle court were plunged into extreme terror because they realized that Candle Celestial Monarch and the being behind him also could not move, as if waiting to be beheaded by the enemy. With one slash from Guan, the sword light burst forth, too fast for even the vision of innate golden immortals to fully capture. The universe seemed split in two by it, a sight profoundly awe-inspiring. In an instant, Candle Celestial Monarch was reduced to ash, the Immortal Emperor slashed by the sword light, eyes widening in shock. Space busted once more, the shattered fragments quickly dispersing as though illusions striking the senses of all beings. Before they could react, a roar of outrage erupted. Upon uttering just one word, the Immortal Emperor's flesh erupted in 1,000 sword lights, followed by annihilation, becoming dust, gone from existence. The entire universe fell into silence for a moment. The sword light that had bisected the universe still hung in the air, as the cultivators who regained their senses looked towards both ends to discover they could not see the end of the sword light, as if the entire universe was indeed cut in half by it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Reverse Cause and Effect, Annihilate Battlecourt Candle Celestial Monarch, Immortal Emperor extinguished. All the cultivators from the battle court were unable to accept this reality, and they all stared blankly at the sword light spanning the universe. They could not move, the scene before them sending chills down their spines, driving them to despair. Fang Xian stood in the void, his eyes wide open, the universe trembling in his eyes, his heartbeat was so intense. It's over. Fang Xian fell into an abyss of despair. Since entering this universe, he had speculated that the battle court might fail, but he never imagined that Candle Celestial Monarch and Immortal Emperor would be so powerless to defend themselves. Just who was that divine figure? How high was their cultivation level? Fang Xian glanced at the dragon battle Dharma aspect on Long Qing's body, filled with shock. All beings in the universe looked toward the dragon battle Dharma aspect with disbelief in their eyes, and although the beings in the celestial spirit great world didn't know the specifics of the battle, the disappearance of those mysterious giant eyes gave rise to hopes in their hearts. Could it be a victory? Long Qing had seen his master win many times before, but each victory still scared him. Just how profound was his master's Dao practice? It felt like no matter how strong the opponent, they were effortlessly defeated before his master. Karma retribution, no one can escape it. Today, the battle court sought to exterminate my Long clan. I will exterminate the battle court in return. With but a single swing of my sword, life and death are your own fate. You should all feel fortunate, for if you faced the battle court, you wouldn't even have a chance to live. The voice of Guan rang out once more, plunging all the battle court cultivators into the depths of despair. Without giving them time to think, the dragon battle Dharma aspect lifted its sword and slashed horizontally. A sword light swept across all directions, passing over the battle court light path, over the battle court cultivators surrounding Long Qing. 16 innate golden immortals turned to ash first. The other cultivators met the same end. Long Qing looked around to see the spectacle of enemies being extinguished everywhere, a sight tremendously grand. At the same time, inside the Daoist field of the beginningless, prompts kept popping up before Guan. You have successfully stolen 309,872,265 years of lifespan from Zhenren Chenyang, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. You have successfully stolen 870,928,711 years of lifespan from Xingxing Dao, middle stage of innate golden immortal realm. You have successfully stolen 1,087,249,720 years of lifespan from Yi Yuelan, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. Watching the prompts before his eyes, the corners of Gu An's mouth curled up. The strength of the dragon battle Dharma aspect was not solely attributed to the profound mysteries of the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, but also to Gu An's own power. After all, he intended to steal lifespan, so he poured his own power into the dragon battle Dharma aspect to make the strike through it. An Xian, Lv and others turned their heads toward Gu, and seeing him with a slight smile, everyone could feel his triumphant spirit. People couldn't help but reveal looks of adoration and fervor. Blood Prison Great Saint even couldn't help but shout in excitement, breaking the silence of the courtyard. My heavens, one sword strike to annihilate the battle court? Master, what swordsmanship was that just now? Master, exactly who are you within the Long clan? That's just inconceivable. The person who appeared just now seemed so terrifying, yet they couldn't withstand a single strike from the master. Guan didn't respond. He was immersed in the joy brought about by the surge in his lifespan. The dragon battle Dharma aspect with a single strike exterminated 70% of the beings of the battle court, leaving the 30% who harbored no karmic enmity with the Long clan. These beings, terrified out of their wits, would also leave the battle court in the future. This was the way of cause and effect. Through karmic deduction, Guan knew which people could be spared. In doing so, he could also seem less bloodthirsty, thereby concealing his ability to take lifespan. But soon Guan noticed something was amiss. Many of the deceased battle court cultivators had not brought him lifespan, but those 16 innate golden immortals had brought him over 800 billion years of lifespan. This time, you cannot escape, the battle court must be eradicated. Guan thought silently, his eyes transforming, turning into the immortal emperor's eye. Everyone in the courtyard saw the change in Gu An's eyes, and they all stopped their discussions, curiously watching him. Let all beings treat it as if it were just a dream. Gu An's voice sounded, and the immortal emperor's eye burst forth with a peculiar purple light, illuminating the faces of everyone in the courtyard. All beings between heaven and earth were like this, their vision of the world shrouded in purple light. This purple light burst forth from the celestial spirit great world and swept across the entire cosmos. This was the first time Guan used his immortal emperor's eye divine power. The immortal emperor's eye would cultivate different divine powers in different people, and Gu An's divine power was different from that of the eternal great emperor. His divine power could reverse the way of cause and effect. He could restore lost lives and vanished fortunes within a short time to their original state and use this divine power to make what should have existed cease to exist, erasing their cause and effect without leaving a trace within the Tao rules. Using this divine power would not change time or space. Guan used the immortal emperor's eye divine power to revive the celestial spirits who had previously died in battle. On the battle court side, only one person was resurrected from death, but before that person could react, they were extinguished anew. After this test, Guan confirmed that this divine power could not bring him repeated lifespans. Although he had some regrets, Guan was already very satisfied. Everyone in the courtyard only felt their divine souls turned upside down, their consciousness blurry, as if they were about to fall into a dream. It was not just them, all beings within the cosmic void felt the same. One by one, beings who had already died began to come back to life. After regaining vitality, they did not open their eyes but instead stayed in place with their eyes closed. The cosmic void fell into silence as the sword light cut by the dragon battle Dharma aspect gradually dissipated. Long Qing's consciousness also sank into darkness. Already exhausted, he relaxed and immediately fell into a dream. He dreamt that he was back in the third medicine valley. The weather was clear, the sun bright, and the disciples were coming and going with their labor. The sight brought a smile to his face. Indeed, a peaceful life suited him better. Long Qing remembered the previous great battle, and his smile grew even brighter. Am I already dead? Long Qing murmured to himself. Everything around him was so beautiful, too good to be true that he thought he was going to die, that this was a pre-death fantasy. Using the celestial dragon Dharma aspect meant sacrificing himself, and he had been prepared for this, so he was not panicked. Thinking of his master's strength excited him. His master turned out to be his primordial ancestor, which made him worry even less. Once he died, his master would surely take care of his descendants. He knew his master well. Despite speaking harshly, his master was softer-hearted than most people in the world. Dying is not so easy. A voice came from behind Long Qing, startling him into quickly turning around to see Guan approaching. He was surprised and bowed in greeting immediately. CTH Novelfire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. When Guan reached him, he said with a wry smile, "Teacher. Primordial ancestor, I used the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, and after using it, I must die." Guan looked at him and said, "Although the celestial dragon Dharma aspect was created by Long Xian, this divine power originates from my own celestial dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect. I can let you live, but from now on you must never use the celestial dragon Dharma aspect again, or you will suffer from karma retribution, and even I won't be able to save you." These words were true. He saved Long Qing by using the power of cause and effect. After hearing this, Long Qing was overjoyed and knelt down to thank Guan. Guan didn't stop him. Looking down at him he said, "When I was Long Zhan, I was killed by someone. Even after I obtained cultivation far surpassing my killer, I did not seek revenge, for I thought Long Zhan deserved to die. From now on, with no battle court to threaten the Long clan, your descendants can start over, but make sure not to take the wrong path, or I will personally exterminate the Long clan." Long Qing looked up and hurriedly promised, "I will not disappoint you." Guan spoke with deep seriousness. Having ended the fate and grudges, the Long clan should also atone for their past mistakes. As for how, that's up to you. After speaking, Guan turned and left. Long Qing stood up and asked, "Primordial ancestor, where are you going?" Without turning back, Guan replied, "To utterly annihilate the battle court, so it ceases to exist." As his voice fell, Guan's figure disappeared. Long Qing stared in the direction of his departure, struggling to remain calm. "I really should think about what goals I should work towards in the future." Long Qing thought of the words Guan said to him when Yitsang forced his way into the supreme sect. After the excitement, a sense of guilt surged in his heart. Always having the elder clean up after him, when would he be able to repay his teacher? No, to repay his primordial ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Abyss Dao Sea, Annihilation of the Battle Court Above the Clouds. The celestial destruction god and the cyan-robed Daoist gazed at the illusion before them, remaining silent for a long time. The cyan-robed Daoist took a deep breath, turned his head toward the celestial destruction god, and asked, "Does your Long family still have such remarkable figures?" The celestial destruction god's expression grew even more complex, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had never met Long Zhan, which meant the latter had died before he was born. He thought of the ancestors his father had mentioned. When he had first displayed his talent, his father had said it was a family trait, all stemming from the ancestor Long Zhan. However, since the ancestor Long Zhan had died shortly after surpassing the 9 heavens of the immortal path, he had never been considered strong in his eyes. Having seen him today, he felt that even if he faced him in person, he would not be his match, which was beyond his comprehension. Could it be that the ancestor Long Zhan had faked his death, and the fortune he now enjoyed was due to Long Zhan's protection from beyond? The more the celestial destruction god thought about it, the more confused he became. The cyan-robed Daoist clicked his tongue in wonder, speaking of which, the Tao rules there are so perfect, it must be the great thousand world. How could such a grand battle not alarm the celestial gods? Could it be that the celestial gods of that realm have met with disaster? If that is indeed the case, then it's likely they died at the hands of. Before he could finish his sentence, the celestial destruction god's cold gaze fell upon him. The cyan-robed Daoist chuckled and did not continue. He waved his hand to dissipate the illusion before them and then looked down at the ground below, lamenting, "The slaughter over there has ended, but the killing here is endless." The celestial destruction god also looked down, his expression returning to its previous indifference. In a bright palace, above was a sea of clouds and below the ground mist tumbled. The immortal emperor jolted awake, sitting on his throne, gasping for air with bloodshot eyes. Behind his throne floated a massive silvery white meteor, pitted and scarred, but surrounded by streams of gray mist that seemed to follow some mysterious pattern, utterly bizarre. The immortal emperor looked up, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Who, exactly are you? The immortal emperor had expected failure, but he had not anticipated the gap between that person and himself to be so vast. The thought that all 16 of his innate golden immortal disciples had died made his heart bleed. He stood up and turned to the meteor behind the throne, his eyes seething with indignation. Didn't you say that person was just a heaven-balancing golden immortal? Why couldn't I even withstand one of his moves? The immortal emperor demanded in a deep voice, his tone barely concealing his murderous intent. The mist around the meteor quickened its pace, and a cold voice emerged. I miscalculated. Miscalculated? My 16 disciples, having no destiny with the battle court, died utterly, and 7 among them had supreme potential for the abyss Daoist. Compared to me, they were still so young, to die in that great thousand world. Do you understand what that means to me? The immortal emperor spoke through gritted teeth, a gray mist more ominous than that surrounding the meteor emanating from his body, like blazing flames. It's not like I forced you. You were drawn in by the treasures of the immortal palace, weren't you? The icy voice sounded again. You, just as the immortal emperor was about to continue, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, freezing his expression. Before he could turn his head, the hand on his shoulder squeezed forcefully, turning him into ashes, as the figure of Guan appeared. You have successfully seized 18,208,547 years of lifespan from the immortal emperor, late stage of heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. Guan looked disdainfully at the notification that popped up before him. Not even as much as the lifespan of an innate golden immortal. The seized lifespan was about 1/10 of the victim's remaining lifespan, meaning the immortal emperor could have lived another 1 to 200 million years. Named immortal, it signified he had lived an exceedingly long age. Perhaps it was precisely because he sensed his time running out that the immortal emperor had not even as much lifetime left as the smallest part of the lifespans of those 7 innate golden immortals. Those 7 innate golden immortals had brought Guan more than 700 billion years of lifespan, meaning each of these 7 had at least 100 billion years of lifespan. According to Guan's observations, an innate golden immortal should have a lifespan ranging from 5 trillion years. Guan's thoughts flashed by in an instant as he looked unflinchingly at the silvery white meteor before him. Who exactly are you to find this place? Have you reached the Taichin golden immortal realm? The previously cold voice speaking to the immortal emperor resonated once more, this time with a tinge of nervousness. Guan slowly raised his right hand, forming a claw, and pulled a figure out from within the meteor, his throat smashing against Guan's palm. This was an elder wearing a gray robe, his face gaunt, his white hair tied back, more presentable than the immortal emperor, but the terror on his face made him appear disheveled and weak before Guan. Fellow Daoist, let's talk this out. The gray-cloaked elder gritted his teeth and said, I hail from the abyss Daoist. If I were to die, they will surely notice. You, hiding in the great thousand world, wouldn't want to tangle with more trouble, would you? From the moment Guan entered the hall, he realized he couldn't move, which filled him with indescribable panic. He couldn't understand how Guan had found this place. Jinren Ni Hai, late stage of Hengtian Golden Immortal Realm Perfection 49,802,308,928, 702/50 5 trillion years lifespan. CTH Novelfire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That is to say, the lifespan of a heaven-balancing golden immortal ranged from 5 trillion to 50 trillion years. Too bad, yet another one close to his life's end. It's true, who would risk everything unless they felt their limit approaching? Guan couldn't be bothered to communicate with Jinren Ni Hai, his eyes suddenly changed. This time, it wasn't the immortal emperor's divine power, but the calamity absolute I. He was going to search Jinren Ni Hai's soul. In an instant, Jinren Ni Hai's eyes lost their luster. The hall then fell into silence. Guan rudely probed Jinren Ni Hai's memory, completely disregarding his soul, and during this process, calamity slowly began to latch on to Jinren Ni Hai's body. Jinren Ni Hai came from the Abyss Daoist and had a not insignificant friendship with the immortal emperor. 10,000 years ago, Jinren Ni Hai was a guest at the battle court when he accidentally heard Candle Celestial Monarch complaining to the immortal emperor about the resurgence of remnants from the Long clan who had killed a being known as the Silent Destruction God Emperor. Learning that people from the Long clan were in the Celestial Spirit Great World, and that the shattered Celestial Spirit Great World was beginning to reshape itself, he thought of the treasure of the Immortal Palace. The Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, who established the Celestial Spirit Great World, stole the treasure of the Immortal Palace. By decree of the Celestial Court, they ordered the Celestial Spirit God to execute him, but the Celestial Spirit God did not obliterate the Celestial Spirit Great World. Thus, rumors suggested the treasure of the Immortal Palace might still be hidden within the Celestial Spirit Great World, and the Celestial Spirit God was waiting for this treasure. As for informing the Celestial Court, that would not be possible. The Celestial Court snubbed contact with the Great Thousand World, and even a powerful being like Jinren Ni Hai had only ever encountered the guardians, the celestial gods, of the Great Thousand World. Every celestial god was arrogant, looking down on mortal spirits. Without obtaining the celestial Tao immortal position, even if one's cultivation level was higher than a celestial god, they would be disregarded, and ordinary people would not dare to provoke a celestial god. The celestial gods had the supreme celestial court standing behind them, an existence beyond provocation. The so-called Immortal Palace was also a palace belonging to the celestial court. How the news of the Immortal Palace's treasure was leaked was something Jinren Ni Hai had no idea about. He only knew the clues to the Immortal Palace's treasure. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had already perished, but the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace's treasure remained unknown. Guan surmised that the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had left the Immortal Palace's treasure to Anhao. Although Anhao had perished, he was a being born of the destiny fostered by heaven and earth, destined to be reborn one day. However, at that time, he might no longer be Anhao, but become someone else. Guan was quite interested in the Abyss Daoist, having encountered this place when he had chosen to break through his lifespan. In Jinren Ni Hai's memory, the Abyss Daoist did not belong to the Great Thousand World but lay in a mysterious region beyond it, an ocean formed by the Tao rules, boundless and vast. It was said that since its birth, the Abyss Daoist had been expanding infinitely and had not stopped until now. Even Jinren Ni Hai, who was born from the Abyss Daoist, did not know its full extent. As Guan was searching Jinren Ni Hai's memory, a series of footsteps could be heard. The hall was vast, and at the far end, a strong light was visible. Candle Celestial Monarch stepped out from the brilliance, his figure flickering rapidly as he advanced toward Guan suddenly. He stopped walking, frowning as he looked at Gu An's back figure. Gu An's attire was different from the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect, so he didn't recognize him immediately. He didn't even associate Guan with the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect, considering how far this place was from the Celestial Spirit Great World. How could the one who killed him come back to life faster than him, when he had just been resurrected? Who are you? Candle Celestial Monarch frowned and asked. Although the Immortal Emperor was often in seclusion, he always received fellow Daoists, and the Immortal Emperor's disciples were numerous too. His divine sense couldn't come close to Guan and he couldn't see the scene in front of Guan. Guan slowly turned around, and it was then that Candle Celestial Monarch saw the person Guan was holding in his hand. Candle Celestial Monarch's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively drawing out the war god Golden Pestle. He remembered Jinren Ni Hai, an ancient presence, whom the Immortal Emperor treated with notable respect, leaving a deep impression on him. You, Candle Celestial Monarch wanted to ask more, but Guan spat out a word, interrupting him, die. Candle Celestial Monarch's eyes widened, and he instantly turned into a mist of blood. Longevity true words. This was Gu An's Tao fruit divine power, using the power of cause and effect to determine Candle Celestial Monarch's death, possessing the subtlety of speaking and making it so. Following that, the Jinren Ni Hai in Gu An's hands also turned to ash, and his gaze shifted to the outside of the hall. Numerous palaces entered his view, countless marvelous sights, and mythical beasts were taken in by his eyes. The colossal entities that dominated many universes were about to become illusory in Gu An's eyes. Everything that belongs to Long Zhan should come to an end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Descending into the Abyss. Dao Sea Battle Court, as a transcendent power above the Great Thousand World, had countless creatures under its command, many of whom were compelled to serve. Guan even saw numerous races enslaved, mining cultivation resources for Battle Court. He stood in the Grand Hall of the Immortal Emperor and drew the Xianhong sword from his waist. Although the Xianhong sword was just an ordinary treasure sword, it was his favorite because it was a gift from Yilan. He swung the sword forward casually, effortlessly, yet with that very strike, he severed the destiny of Battle Court. He began to eradicate those creatures of the Long clan who harbored resentment, using the power of karma. He simply needed to calculate who would target the Long clan afterwards. In addition to these, Guan also dealt with those Battle Court creatures who had committed excessive killings. The number of creatures under Battle Court was vast, and to kill them all would undoubtedly bring great trouble, especially if it provoked the Celestial Court. Although Guan's Dao practice was profound, he was yet unable to deduce the karma of Celestial Court. With the power of karma, the enemy was killed invisibly. As the destiny of Battle Court collapsed, palaces, cities, and towers standing in the starry sky began to crumble. Many creatures tried to flee, but their vision blurred, and their consciousness plunged into darkness. They died, their Dao perished. The disaster came so suddenly that all the deceased had no time to react. Those cultivators who had just been revived through the destiny of Battle Court were still discussing the terrifying nature of the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect when they perished in succession. Those cultivators who died later suffered the most, despair assaulting their spirits. They were helpless and could only wait. A loud uproar erupted from Battle Court, but soon, the noise disappeared. The universe gradually darkened, heralding the quiet death of a massive entity born from the Dao rules. Fang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, panting heavily, covered in sweat, his bloodshot eyes filled with fear. He sat up and turned his head, finding himself in a desolate mountain. The sparse spiritual energy here made him instantly realize this was a mortal realm. Am I not dead? Fang Xian was overjoyed. If he had died and was now revived, he should have been inside Battle Court. This meant his adversary had spared him a path to life. Even if he could revive inside Battle Court, Fang Xian did not want to die, as it would diminish his cultivation level and destiny. Thinking of the heavy losses in Battle Court, Fang Xian felt that its vital energy was severely damaged, and it might face attacks from other enemies later on. Battle Court, no return. Fang Xian felt that the terrifying entity from the celestial spirit great world would continue to retaliate against Battle Court. He stood up, the sunlight falling on him, giving him a feeling of rebirth. The higher-ups of Battle Court are too foolish to provoke such beings. I need to seek a new way to survive, Fang Xian murmured to himself, still shivering from the thought of the previous battle. He dared not be an enemy of that terrifying entity any longer, hoping only to be as far from it as possible. He leaped toward a direction, soaring through the sky like a startled swan, disappearing in an instant. Daoist Field of the Beginningless, in the courtyard, Guan stood before an artifact refining cauldron observing the Dao treasures inside. Celestial Demon Child stood by his side, curiously watching him. Half a month had passed since the destruction of Battle Court. All beings felt as if they had dreamt it all. After this calamity, the various sects of the celestial spirit great world felt pressure and no longer acted so carelessly. The whole world initiated a trend of seclusion. Master, is Battle Court truly extinct? Celestial Demon Child couldn't help asking. Guan casually responded, whether it's extinct or not, what does it have to do with you? Focus on your cultivation. The cultivators outside are now striving harder than ever. He thought about breaking through. After this battle, it was time for him to break through. He brought up his attribute panel to take a look. Sar the Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Name, Guan, lifespan, 22-098/831-008, 678, 146, physique, primordial reincarnation undying body, cultivation level, Tai Ching golden immortal realm perfection, 8,300,000,000,000 years of lifespan. This battle had increased his lifespan by 6,700,000,000,000 years, surpassing 20,000 years of labor. Not only that, but he had also scoured many treasures from the battle court. He planned to distribute half into the celestial spirit great world as opportunities for all beings. To eliminate the grudges for the Long clan, he had wiped out all beings within the battle court that could potentially threaten the Long clan. The number was vast, stirring emotions within him. Though the beings of the battle court hadn't been annihilated, from now on, the battle court would be no more. Guan could feel many strong forces of cause and effect approaching the celestial spirit great world, mostly out of curiosity. The destruction of the battle court ultimately drew the attention of many powerful forces. I will work hard to cultivate, but I don't know how many years it will take to reach the Zizai immortal realm. The more I cultivate, the more I feel the gap between us. How many years have you lived exactly? The celestial demon child asked wistfully, a frequent topic of private discussion among them. Everyone felt that when they met Guan, he already possessed his current strength, as they had never seen him in disarray. Not to mention disarray, they had never even seen Guan look anxious. With such an invincible cultivation level, it was indeed difficult to be nervous. Guan turned to look at the celestial demon child and rubbed her head without saying anything. He merely answered in his heart. Actually, I'm not much older than you. The celestial demon child continued chattering. She seemed to have an endless stream of questions to ask. As long as it didn't involve his own cultivation level, Guan would answer patiently. His mind, however, was already drifting to breakthroughs. 8,300,000,000,000 years of lifespan, should that be enough for him to break through to a higher realm? He hesitated over whether to wait for the new function after 1,000,000,000 years, but thinking about those powers pressing close to the celestial spirit great world, he felt he couldn't wait. A breakthrough must come first. Guan's expression hardened, deciding to break through tonight. In the following time, disciples from the dojo paid him visits one after another, keeping the courtyard lively. As the sun set and the moon rose, Guan spoke to Shenzhen, who was guarding the artifact refining cauldron, and then walked out of the courtyard. Under the moonlight, the Daoist field of the beginningless was adorned with numerous medicine gardens and some spectacular trees. Some were surrounded by faint glimmers, others twisted their vines, vibrant and full of life. Guan walked along, enjoying the scenery of the dojo. He was quite pleased with the ghost mother of ephemera. She not only helped increase production but also made the dojo more beautiful. Having a delightful environment was always a benefit. Reaching the edge of the dojo, Guan stopped by a lake and began initiating his lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, select from the following breakthrough locations. 1. Path of the Great Tao. 2. Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. 3. Abyss Tao Sea. 4. Ascending to Yellow Heaven. 5. Ling Mountain. 6. Endless Jade Pool. 7. Immortal Cave Heaven. 8. Sea of Suffering. 9. Taiwei Great World. Seeing the option for the Abyss Tao Sea, Guan suddenly became intrigued. It had only been a month, and perhaps the Abyss Tao Sea hadn't yet dealt with Jinren and Hai's death. If he attempted his breakthrough there and created a significant disturbance, the Abyss Tao Sea might put Jinren and Hai's death out of their minds. After all, the lifespan breakthrough would send him to a temporarily safe location, and with the protection of the lifespan barrier, he should be fine. According to Jinren and Hai's memories, the Abyss Tao Sea was boundlessly vast. The place he would arrive was likely far from any power. Having thought it through, Guan made his choice. Transporting to the Abyss Tao Sea requires 10 billion years of lifespan. Continue? Continue. Guan then felt a bout of dizziness, and his vision blurred. He patiently waited, excited about the prospect of surpassing the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm and reaching an unprecedented realm. Having lived for over 20,000 years, there were few things that could excite him these days, but growing stronger always made him happy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581. Breakthrough to the late stage of heaven. Opening Daoist immortal realm. Guan opened his eyes, and what entered his vision was a dim cosmos, with Dao mist swirling in all directions, filling him with exhilaration. He immediately activated the lifespan barrier and then observed the Abyss Dao Sea once more. Under his feet was also a spirit mist, yet it gave him a sense of solid ground. This universe was dark, bereft of the light of stars. Instead it had rivers of light flowing in different directions, bringing a faint glow to the cosmos. No wonder it bore the name Abyss. The longer one stayed here, the more they could sense an aura of deathly stillness. It was as if terrifying entities could burst out from the depths of darkness in any direction at any moment, tearing a person to shreds. Guan's heart. I saw a distant place where there was a floating city, massive as half of the celestial spirit great world, with 36 black towers standing outside, each entwined with a black dragon, ominously thrilling. Abyss Emperor City. Sar the novel _fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Jinren Ni Hai was affiliated with this city. Within the Abyss Dao Sea, this city counted as an overlord-level force. There existed Tai Qing golden immortals within, and even Jinren Ni Hai, of those he had seen, could count 5 Tai Qing golden immortals on one hand. Though he was affiliated with this city, Jinren Ni Hai's understanding of it was far from thorough. Inside Abyss Emperor City, the hierarchy was strict, with a single realm's difference being akin to that between immortals and mortals. It is said that a Daoist emperor opened the Abyss Emperor City, a figure whose destiny was recognized by the Dao rules. Within their own realm, a Daoist emperor often possessed the ability to face 100 enemies alone, which drew quite a number of Daoist emperors to the Abyss Emperor City. When Jinren Ni Hai first entered the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, he faced the oppression of a Daoist emperor. On that day, this being, who could have roamed invincibly across the great thousand world, knelt like a dog in front of his oppressor, enduring humiliation. It was not that Jinren Ni Hai was weak, but rather that his opponent had the power to eliminate him. At the brink of collapse, he chose to beg, a memory deeply buried within his heart, not even known by the immortal emperor. It was precisely because of this memory that Jinren Ni Hai chose to leave the Abyss Emperor City. Immortal Emperor befriended him, wanting to join the Abyss Emperor City through him. He did indeed help, but even with his assistance, it was difficult for Immortal Emperor to gain a foothold in Abyss Emperor City. To cultivate his own faction over the long years, the Immortal Emperor nurtured 16 innate golden immortals, all of exceptional caliber from various realms, 7 of whom were qualified to become Daoist emperors. Guan gazed at the Abyss Emperor City from afar, recalling Jinren Ni Hai's memories of it. After watching for a while, he shifted his gaze in other directions. He could feel other powerful destinies. Abyss Emperor City was not the most powerful force in the Abyss Dao Sea. If he had been born in the Abyss Dao Sea, he wondered how many years he would have to struggle before he could break free. Guan had previously followed causality to the battle court and then used the Daoist celestial net step to arrive at the battle court in a few steps. But the Abyss Dao Sea was different. The Dao rules here were stronger, and Guan could not use the Daoist celestial net step to step out in one go. He could only come and go freely within the sea. Suddenly, Guan spotted a colossal creature amidst the boundless spirit mist, a tremendous Guan surrounded by tens of thousands of worlds, continuously radiating spiritual energy into these worlds. Some of these worlds even contained the aura of the Daoist Xianxia immortal. Because the distance was too far, Guan could not use lifespan detection but could sense it through his heart eye. This Guan was at the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm perfection in cultivation level. And in those worlds, all beings were unaware of its existence. Even powerful beings like the Daoist Xianxia immortal could not jump to outer heaven. Guan felt deeply moved. One is shackled from birth, no matter the realm one reaches, there are always worlds constraining a person. He sat down on the spot and opened his attribute panel, directly investing 10 billion years of lifespan into the 2 characters for cultivation level. A prompt immediately popped up. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 500 million years. You use the Daoist Dominator skill with great achievement to forcefully challenge the Daluo Dao fruit, beginning the crossing the tribulation, but you did not survive the Luo immortal tribulation where all laws exist, resulting in a failed crossing the tribulation. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 1 billion years. You use the Daoist Dominator skill with great achievement to forcefully challenge the Daluo Dao fruit, beginning the crossing the tribulation, but you did not survive the Luo immortal tribulation where all laws exist, resulting in a failed crossing the tribulation, Daluo Dao fruit. Luo immortal tribulation where all laws exist. Crossing the tribulation every 500 million years. Gu An's spirits surged. Could the mythological Daluo immortal really exist? Soon, all the prompts settled down, ending in failure. Guan was not discouraged. He continued to invest lifespan. Another 10 billion followed after the first 100 billion. Seconds later, Guan still met with failure after having consumed 1 trillion years of lifespan. Since he was only breaking through in cultivation level this time, he just needed to leave 200 billion years of lifespan for the lifespan barrier. Keep going, keep going. Today, he must achieve the Daluo Dao fruit. Guan was filled with fighting spirit, ceaselessly investing lifespan failure. 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 Up until the 48th billion year mark, a change finally occurred. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 7 billion years. With the great achievement of the Daoist dominator skill, you forcibly assailed the Daluo Dao fruit and began crossing the tribulation. You have weathered the all laws are contained in the Luo immortal tribulation. Crossing the tribulation was successful. Your golden immortal Dao fruit transformed into the Daluo Dao fruit, and your cultivation level has broken through to the early stage of the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 8 billion years. Your cultivation level has enhanced. Guan showed a smile, genuinely worried that his breakthrough might fail. Although he did not utilize his lifespan for evolution and improvement prior to this breakthrough, the endless marvels of the immortal emperor's eye might have played no small part during the tribulation. He continued to invest lifespan, hoping to bring his cultivation level to the perfection of the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. However, when he had advanced to the late stage of the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm, his lifespan had plummeted to 200 billion years, scaring him from going further. He feared being drained dry by the lifespan barrier. The Dao's spiritual qi had already started pouring into his body, his physical being instantly engulfed in the radiance of the Dao light. Outside the lifespan barrier, the Dao's spiritual mist began to surge dramatically, creating ripples in the sea of boundless spiritual energy mist from a macro perspective. Upon closer inspection, these ripples were tumultuous and majestic. Phenomena emerged unpredictably. Soon, various places within the Abyss Dao Sea burst with the upheaval of spiritual energy and the manifestations of Dao rules. Before Guan could accept the inheritance memories of a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, he already sensed numerous powerful divine senses sweeping across. Heaven-balancing golden immortal, Tai Qing golden immortal, Tai Qing golden immortal, heaven-balancing golden immortal. Quietly, Guan gauged the cultivation levels of these divine senses. The Abyss Dao Sea was indeed terrifying, far beyond what the battle court could match. Yet the battle court was already an enormous power that the celestial spirit great world could not contend with. It wasn't long before a continuous stream of inheritance memories emerged in Gu An's mind, and before he could sink into them, he had only one thought. Do not provoke the Abyss Dao Sea lightly. When Guan closed his eyes, the Dao light around him dimmed suddenly, and looking up, a mysterious and colossal black bird flew over. Its body was immensely huge, each feather as gargantuan as mountains. It took a good while for the darkness to leave Guan inside the lifespan barrier. Guan was unaware of this. He had fully immersed himself in the inheritance memories. Only after about half an hour did he finally open his eyes. He had become a heaven-opening Daluo immortal. Having attained this status, Guan looked at the Abyss Dao Sea and suddenly felt as if it wasn't entirely unapproachable. His cultivation level continued to grow. He looked at the lifespan figures the barrier was consuming. The numbers were jumping alarmingly, yet they posed no threat to his life and death. The Daluo Dao fruit was far more complex than the golden immortal Dao fruit, covered in ancient paths of Dao patterns, with the Tai Ching cyan heaven above it beginning to truly evolve into a celestial body. The heavens possessed a power to regulate the 3,000 rules of heaven and earth, reminiscent of destiny, of cause and effect, but if he had to give it a name, Guan felt it was akin to the heavenly Dao. Guan noticed countless figures flying overhead, swaying and endless, even more exaggerated and majestic than the previous battle court's armies. He continuously employed lifespan detection, sensing the aura of those passing by. hardly any creatures from the Zai immortal realm. The Abyss Dao Sea also had mortal spirits, but they were either trapped within the little worlds or hidden inside dojos, not daring to emerge and observe the phenomenon sweeping across the entire Abyss Dao Sea. A Daluo approaches. Why not show yourself? A hoary voice suddenly echoed through the void. Guan could tell the other was also a heaven-opening Daluo immortal. The foundation of the Abyss Dao Sea was profoundly deep. He made no sound, continuing to enjoy the pleasure of his rapidly increasing cultivation level. The voice did not sound again, but judging by the increasingly robust figures flying by, the other party was growing angry. Time continued to elapse. The middle stage of the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. The late stage of the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. Although many figures passed by, no creature breached his lifespan barrier. After all, his lifespan barrier was as insignificant as dust to this void. Guan noted he had only 300 billion years of lifespan remaining and felt somewhat helpless. Lifespan was still insufficient. Nonetheless, he had become a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, at least making a gigantic leap in Great Realm. He could find another chance to break through to Perfection Realm later. This breakthrough had taken nearly 800 billion years in total. Guan slowly stood up. He looked again at the Abyss Dao Sea, now able to perceive more. Indeed, the Abyss Dao Sea was limitless and full of natural wonders. But the once mighty Abyss Emperor City now seemed to have lost its powerful aura in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, An Unprecedented Golden Age. Guan hadn't immediately left after his breakthrough. Instead, he stood within the lifespan barrier and began to observe the Abyss Dao Sea. After reaching the level of a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, the Abyss Dao Sea appeared much clearer in Guan's eyes. The number of worlds and beings within the Abyss Dao Sea far exceeded those in the universe where the celestial spirit Great World was located, and by more than tenfold. CTH novel_fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Stronger Dao rules, more opportunities for creation. This was enough to nurture even more terrifying entities. As a mere heaven-opening Daluo immortal, Guan had already located 3 others, one residing in the Abyss Emperor City, and the others hidden in the shadows. In places with independent consciousness, conflicts easily arose, and these 3 heaven-opening Daluo immortals were clearly not united. Their destinies hindered each other, dividing the central region of the Abyss Dao Sea into 3 parts. Besides observing the forces within the Abyss Dao Sea, Guan was also curious about the creations in this place. There were many peculiar races living there, some invisible to the naked eye, existing within the Dao itself, and others were beings formed by thousands of meteors converging together, constantly changing shapes. Bizarre and marvelous, a plethora of new and strange phenomena assaulted Guan's hard eye. Seeing new things also allowed Guan to deepen his understanding of the Dao. As a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, the essence of his mana was completely different from that of a golden immortal, contrasted as starkly as cloud and mud. Although there was more creation and profound mystery from being a Taichin golden immortal to a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, what Guan felt most was sheer power. Pure power. Physical body, soul, senses, mana, etc., no aspect was lacking, powerful in every way. A Taichin golden immortal couldn't possibly annihilate a heaven-opening Daluo immortal. Yes, it was simply impossible. The disparity in life essence was too enormous. After this breakthrough, Guan felt he could relax for a while, and enjoy the power of being a heaven-opening Daluo immortal. Of course, this so-called relaxation was still predicated on having finished gathering medicinal herbs. Even having reached the state of a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, Guan did not want to stop his path to becoming stronger. Heaven-opening Daluo immortal was still not enough. Guan stood within the lifespan barrier, gazing for a long time, before finally choosing to teleport back. Above, many powerful figures flashed by, none noticing Guan's departure. Upon returning to the Daoist field of the beginningless, it was still before dawn, and Guan roamed within the forest, using his heaven-opening Daluo immortal senses to feel the universe. After the breakthrough, he had only 200 billion years left on his lifespan, which might seem almost eternal to mortals, but it felt perilous to him. He would need at least 2 trillion years of lifespan before he dared to challenge a higher realm. He even felt that 2 trillion years might not be enough. As long as the Abyss Dao Sea and the Celestial Court did not come seeking him, Guan had plenty of time to endure, and he hoped not to encounter any situation that required his intervention over the next 10 million years. When the sun rose, Guan began to inspect his various medicine gardens. His disciples all felt he had changed somehow, though they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. In the end, the disciples could only assume that after Guan had helped his descendants break free of fate, he had shed some pressures, hence the perceived changes. It wasn't until midday that Guan left the dojo. He stepped in front of Jiang Qiong, giving her a fright. After a mild complaint, Jiang Qiong joyfully hosted Guan, pulling him into her own medicine garden. This garden was planted with spirit trees similar to peach trees, filled with pink blossoms and exceptionally beautiful. After they sat down, Jiang Qiong poured wine for Guan and asked, "Was that figure in the sky before you?" Although the clothes were different, I recognized you immediately. Guan smiled and said, "It was me, and it was not me. That was just my past life. The descendants of my past life gathered the bloodline dharma aspect and summoned my former self." Over the years, though Jiang Qiong hadn't cultivated in the Daoist field of the beginningless, she was always cared for by Guan. Sometimes, she would inexplicably gain enlightenment. She wasn't foolish, she didn't think it was because her talent was outstanding, she knew it was Guan looking after her. Guan never said, and she never asked. Compared to breakthroughs in cultivation level, what made her happiest was that Guan still thought of her past life. With such high cultivation, how far back does your past life date? Jiang Qiong asked curiously. Guan answered ambiguously, trying his best to satisfy all her curiosity. Looking upon Jiang Qiong, who was clad in white and resembled a celestial maiden, Guan could not help but think back to their first encounter more than 20,000 years ago, where Jiang Qiong had been in such a sorry state, almost like a zombie. Over the years, her demeanor had become increasingly remarkable, save for one flaw. She still disliked wearing shoes, going barefoot instead. Seemingly noticing Guan's gaze, Jiang Qiong didn't blush but huffed, "I only dress so casually within my own dojo. Outside, I am the founding elder of the Gathering Flower sect, and I must maintain a certain demeanor." Guan smiled and asked, "How has the Gathering Flower sect been developing recently?" He was well aware of the situation, but he still asked Jiang Qiong. Compared to Jiang Qiong, he practically knew everything, yet when interacting with people, conversation was essential. Jiang Qiong also cherished the opportunity to interact with Guan and began speaking about the development of the Gathering Flower sect. As the Supreme Sect grew stronger, the sects on the continent either submitted or relocated. The Gathering Flower sect chose the latter, and the Supreme Sect didn't make things difficult for them, even providing some resources. The Gathering Flower sect was now situated on an archipelago and had developed trade islands similar to Immortal-Seeking Island. There were no powerful sects nearby, the only threats being the occasional appearance of great demons in the sea, causing losses to the sect. Jiang Qiong had become a laid-back shopkeeper, frequently in seclusion, and seldom bothered by issues. The development is stable, but it's just too stable, which seems to lack prospects, Jiang Qiong remarked. Her unwillingness to leave the Gathering Flower sect stemmed from the fact that it was a creation of her own, having built too many connections here, making it difficult for her to leave. Guan reassured her with a smile, "Don't worry, numerous great opportunities will soon emerge in the world, and the Gathering Flower sect will encounter them too. The key is to seize these opportunities." The opportunities he referred to were legacies from the battle court, half of which Guan had dispersed across the soil and seabeds of the human world. Though it was only half, it was enough to turn the entire celestial spirit great world upside down and push it to unprecedented heights. Some of the battle court treasures, including magic artifacts, cultivation techniques, and rich heavenly materials and earthly treasures, were nearby in the ocean. Guan had a preference for these, believing if the Gathering Flower sect managed them well, they could become a top-tier major sect of the world in the future. "Really?" Jiang Qiong asked with surprise. Guan smiled and replied, "Why would I deceive you? In a few thousand years, I will gift you a treasure that will grant you enough power to protect your own sect." The higher his realm, the more nonchalantly Guan behaved. He no longer pondered consequences too much and did whatever he wished, especially when it came to taking care of those close to him. Hearing this, Jianghu became even happier. She stood up, moved closer to Guan, and reached for his chest with a giggle. "What day is today that you're treating me so kindly? Or could it be that you've finally been moved by mortal feelings and missed me?" Guan pushed her away and huffed, "Nonsense, I'm a reader of the classics." "What are the classics? Are they something low-class like the Supreme Secret Transmission?" Hearing Jiang Qiong mention the Supreme Secret Transmission made Guan somewhat tense. "What Supreme Secret Transmission? I don't know about it." I've heard its author, Shenzhen, has a great relationship with you." "What exactly do you do when you are alone, and what do you talk about? Can you share it with me?" Jiang Qiong said coldly, her eyes full of mischief. She wasn't upset about Guan's quirks. Instead, she felt that such quirks made Guan seem more real. Supporting Dao's sword venerable was too strong and too high a level for her to comprehend. Compared to the powerful Guan, she preferred the careful and calculating Guan of the past. The two began to bicker, with Guan continuously making excuses, which only spurred Jiang Qiong on. Until night fell, Guan chose to stay in Jiang Qiong's dojo and preach to her. Deep in the cosmos among the stars, where stars dazzled and clouds of light surged in breathtaking beauty, palaces floated upon a massive cloud of light that resembled a spiral stairway, with countless buildings on its surface. These palaces appeared like specks of sand, yet each structure was incredibly vast. On a cliff, Ji Xiaoyu was meditating in white clothes and a black robe. She wore a silver-beaded phoenix crown on her head, and a red Dao pattern on her forehead made her appear even more mystical. Suddenly, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor appeared behind her, bowing respectfully with excitement. "Emperor Chen has foreseen that the celestial spirit Great World is about to encounter an unprecedented fortune. He hopes to move the yin-yang immortal domain within the celestial spirit Great World, and the other two emperors have already agreed. Your Highness, it's time for us to return." Hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance in her gaze. The Dao spiritual qi and light clouds where she looked paused as if time and space had frozen. Her pupils reflected the majestic scenery of the celestial spirit Great World, her look carrying an indescribable meaning. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 583, A New Reincarnation. Seeing Ji Xiaoyu not answering, simply gazing ahead lost in thought, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor could roughly guess what she was thinking. He said softly, "The one who previously eradicated the external forces should be him. Since he is still around, perhaps we can better integrate into the celestial spirit Great World." Why be so stubborn? He knew about the pride inherent in the reincarnation Dao Emperor. He used to support her. But now, Guan was simply too strong. So strong that the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor felt it was a pity not to cling to his coattails. No matter how one looked at it, encountering Guan was the greatest opportunity for both the reincarnation Dao Emperor and the entire yin-yang immortal domain. CTH Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ji Xiaoyu still did not respond, and seeing this, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor could only sigh and turn to leave. He had just turned around when Ji Xiaoyu's voice drifted over, "Tell them, I agree too." Hearing this, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor turned his head back in surprise, bowed to Ji Xiaoyu once more, and then immediately vanished on the spot. Ji Xiaoyu looked into the distance, murmuring softly to herself, "When will I ever catch up to you?" No one answered her, but she didn't need an answer. Her thoughts scattered, drifting back many years. Back then, Guan was still young, but his eyes were different from those of the other children in the residence. Time flowed gently. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Battle Court treasures officially began a golden era in the human world, with the first Battle Court supreme treasure unearthed, sparking a struggle among many powerful beings. Fortunately, more treasures appeared soon after, making the contention less brutal. Every sect in the human world started pursuing these treasures. The number of battle court relics exceeded the number of human world cultivators. After all, the Great Thousand World had just been reshaped, and the human race was not yet widespread across the entire world. The Qinkuan sect too joined in this trend, with an Xian often bringing news back to the dojo, stirring up excitement amongst the others. Unfortunately, Guan did not allow them to go out. Guan's attitude serened them down, indicating that the treasures outside did not catch his eye. After reaching the heaven-opening Daoist immortal, Guan's Dao intent strengthened, allowing the dojo's disciples to perceive even more. The blood prison great saint had already broken through to the wandering immortal realm first. His talent was not lacking. Before nirvana, he was also at the limit of 9,999 years of lifespan. In the dojo, only the celestial demon child could match him in talent. In this millennium, the yin-yang immortal domain descended upon the celestial spirit great world. Guan saw the Dao court negotiate with it, eventually coming to some agreement, and allocated a portion of the edge of the great world for the yin-yang immortal domain to settle. After returning to the celestial spirit great world, Ji Xiaoyu didn't visit the supreme sect, nor did she establish any relationship with the Ji family. Guan could hear Ji Xiaoyu's heart. She often thought of him, but she had a strong competitive spirit in her bones. She wanted to stand on equal footing with Guan. To this end, Guan could only respect her. He couldn't have everything in the world develop according to his wishes, and Ji Xiaoyu's way of thinking made him look forward to it. He had protected many people. It was rare for someone not to rely on him, and it made him curious. Miss Third, keep it up. No matter how hard you try, you will never catch up to me. Guan thought proudly, his gaze drifting to the distant sky, where there was a barrier. Inside the barrier, LV Xian and Qin Xuan were sparring again. Though there were millennium-long combat rituals, these two always sparred privately. Their relationship was excellent. Guan did not interfere. In a previous life, Xiaochuan was just a low-level member of the supreme sect. LV Xian was the first genius of the sect he had looked up to and envied. Now, they had become the best of brothers. Truly, fate made fools of people. No, it should be said that destiny is wonderfully inexplicable. Guan watched for a while, then turned his gaze in another direction. Xiaochuan and Lu Jiojia had already reincarnated into the celestial spirit great world, and Yilan was soon to follow. Yilan bore the Dao destruction destiny seal, and Guan could feel her progressing along the path of reincarnation, drawing closer and closer to the celestial spirit great world. Reincarnation is complex, and being reborn could lead one to any other great world, but the world of one's birth had a certain pull on the being, ensuring that they would always return to their own great thousand world. From afar, Guan saw Yilan's soul and the 17 lifetimes before her. Due to practicing the innate reincarnation skill, Yilan would awaken memories of her past lives each time. She would continue to practice the innate reincarnation skill, accumulating cultivation level, which made her talent higher in every life. Perhaps it was because of the memories of past lives, but she always died alone, never married. Yet, every time she was on her deathbed, she was happy, thinking that in the next life she would meet Guan dying with longing, reborn with confusion. That was her reincarnation. Watching Yilan's past life experiences moved Guan. This silly girl, regardless, Yilan had finally come back. Guan had already deduced where she would be reincarnated. He stood up, gave a few instructions to an Xian, and then disappeared from the spot. He arrived at a vast continent, a land even larger than the Taicang continent, with imperial dynasties and innumerable sects established. It is worth mentioning that this place fell under the jurisdiction of the Dao court. Guan appeared in a mountainous forest and started walking in a certain direction. Along the way, he had already calculated the destiny of Yilan in this life. After 17 lifetimes of accumulation, the innate reincarnation skill would grant Yilan an exceptional talent, which destined her life to be extraordinary and would also bring her into cause and effect with the Dao court. Guan was not afraid of trouble. He decided Yilan should have a smooth and comfortable life this time, without undergoing any hardships. Thinking of the Dao court, Guan also remembered Lu Han, a former reincarnation body, who also had grievances with the Dao court in his lifetime. Of course, these two Tao courts were not the same entity. In the vast multitude of the great thousand worlds, there were many forces bearing the name of Tao court. No matter which branch of the Tao court it was, the fact that they bore the Tao in their name was enough to prove their ambition. After walking some distance, Guan saw a mountain villa. The cultivators in this villa were only at the foundation establishment realm. Since they had no hope of advancing in immortal cultivation, they retreated from the secular world to live an ordinary life. Guan's demeanor suddenly became subdued. His magical treasures vanished, and he changed into simple black clothing, with the Xianhong sword and white spirit sword hanging at his waist. Although his appearance did not change, he instantly transformed from immortal to mortal, like a martial hero from the martial world. He approached the gate of the mountain villa and knocked on the door. It took a dozen or so breaths before someone came to open it. The door was opened by a young servant, who cautiously assessed Guan and asked, "Can I help you?" Guan smiled and said, "My name is Guan, a wanderer of the world, and I would like to request lodging for a few days. Can you pass the message along? I want stay for free." The young servant wanted to refuse, but after hearing Guan's offer, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait here." Clang! The door was closed again. The mighty heaven-opening Daoist immortal stood closed out by mortals. Guan found it amusing. He didn't feel insulted at all. After all, this villa would be Yilan's home in the future. After a while, the door opened again, and Guan was welcomed in. Sunlight poured down, shining on the courtyard wall beside it. In the cracks of the wall, green sprouts began to emerge, growing faster and faster. By the time the entire courtyard wall was covered with weeds and vines, 18 years had passed. The door opened, and a girl in yellow clothes stepped out quickly, followed by Guan. The girl in yellow looked 16 or 17, with delicate features and a lively figure. Her long hair was tied into 2 braids draped over her shoulders. After stepping down from the steps, she turned around to look at Guan and Brother Gu. "Where shall we go play today? I heard there's a demon haunting nearby, let's go catch it," the girl in yellow asked expectantly, her face brimming with the radiant smile of youth, like the bright morning sun. Guan looked at her and cast lifespan detection. Shaolan, Qi Cultivation Realm 3rd Layer 17/160/9999. Her maximum lifespan had finally risen to 9,999 years. Shaolan was born with a lifespan limit of 7,000 years. Over the years, Guan used his own Tao intent to aid her enlightenment in her dreams, up until this day. Everything was so coincidental. Today, Shaolan was to encounter a turning point in her life. Guan wore a smile, which made Shaolan blush. She glared at Guan and asked, "Brother Gu, why aren't you speaking? Are you thinking?" She hadn't finished her words when she suddenly sensed something and turned around sharply. Looking down the mountain path, she saw a woman in white clothes coming from the forest. Her cold and beautiful face, along with the long zither on her back, made her seem like a fairy walking through the woods, stunning Shaolan, who had always stayed within 100 miles of the area. The woman in white's gaze fell on Shaolan. Her eyes were calm, but such calm only lasted for 2 breaths. Then, her pupils dilated suddenly, and in almost an instantaneous movement, she appeared in front of Shaolan and grabbed her right wrist. "What are you doing?" Shaolan cried out in shock, trying to shake off the woman's hand, but it was futile. The woman in white stared at her intently, muttering to herself, "Such a constitution is rare in the world." Guan did not intervene, amused by the scene. This woman possessed the cultivation level of a wandering immortal realm. She would be Shaolan's first teacher, leading her onto the path of immortal cultivation. Guan suddenly felt very gratified. Vast seas had turned into mulberry fields, the world had changed, and the human world was indeed a different scenery. Fortunately, the sun, moon, and stars still existed, and she was also right in front of his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Obsession. Shaolan felt like she was dreaming today, as if she had encountered an immortal who praised her exceptional talent and wanted to take her as a disciple. After witnessing the immortal's display of techniques, her father, whom she considered the mightiest, actually knelt down and kowtowed. Everything was so dreamlike. Even until dusk, Xiaolan still hadn't recovered from the shock. "What's the matter, don't want to pursue immortal cultivation?" A familiar voice came, interrupting Xiaolan's trance. She turned her head and saw Guan walking into the garden. Seeing Guan, Xiaolan's anxiety dissipated somewhat, and she answered, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm a little scared. After all, I have never been outside before, and my master says she wants to take me to Dao Court, which seems to be very powerful." She began to share her true inner feelings, and Guan came over to listen to her talk earnestly. In the end, Xiaolan said helplessly, "If only someone could go with me, that would be great. Unfortunately, my brothers and sisters are not recognized by the master." Guan blinked and said, "I can accompany you. Your master has already taken me as a named disciple. Although there's still a difference in status compared to you, it won't be difficult to accompany you in the future." At that, Xiaolan's eyes widened in excitement, and she grabbed Guan's arms, asking, "Really? Have I ever lied to you?" "Manor Master Gu has already entrusted me to take good care of you," Guan said with a smile, and as he spoke, he raised his hand to ruffle Xiaolan's hair. Having spent 18 years at Xiao Manor, Guan had long been integrated into life there, and everyone held him in high regard. With his insight, Guan had also established a deep friendship with Manor Master Xiao, and since he had watched Xiaolan grow up, the Manor Master was very comfortable trusting him. It is worth mentioning that Xiaolan's name Lan was chosen by Guan himself, which attested to the great trust he had earned in Xiao Manor. "That's wonderful. Well, explore the realm of immortal cultivation together." Xiaolan was ecstatic, swinging Guan's arm excitedly. Ever since childhood, she had loved playing with Guan, because he would fulfill her every wish. She shook off the earlier trepidation and confusion, becoming extremely excited about what lay ahead in her life. 2 days later, the white-robed woman known as Sage Su took Guan and Xiaolan and left. Everyone in Xiao Manor stood at the gates to see them off. Xiaolan's mother cried uncontrollably, while Manor Master Xiao's eyes were filled with hope. His spiritual root qualification was limited, but Xiaolan's encounter gave him hope that perhaps he could gain the chance for longevity through his daughter. Partings are always sorrowful, but fortunately, Xiaolan had Guan's company. Over 100 miles away from Xiao Manor, she became lively again. Without concern for Sage Su's immortal status, she chased after her and incessantly asked about Dao Court, chattering the whole way. Guan followed behind the two, enjoying the scenery along the way. He replaced himself with a clone, while his true self went to gather medicinal herbs. Sage Su was very gentle and indulgent towards Xiaolan. As for Guan, though she was not as enthusiastic, she gave him no cold shoulder, and the atmosphere during the journey was rather pleasant. Night fell. The three stopped in a forest to rest. Sage Su had no plans to return to Dao Court straight away. She was traveling the human world, experiencing life, with plans to return to Dao Court after the journey's end. During this period, she would teach Xiaolan the techniques for cultivation. Xiaolan was very excited and couldn't settle down, even after half a day had passed. "Master, tell us about Dao Court, and also the realm of immortal cultivation. I've heard from Father that cultivators have their own hierarchies. While mortals may not see them, the realm of immortal cultivation is vast and magnificent, with waves of grandeur and heroes emerging one after another," Xiaolan asked Sage Su. Leaning on Guan, Sage Su was somewhat displeased with their close interaction, but she did not let it show and instead started to introduce Dao Court. In Sage Su's description, Dao Court was the most powerful sect under the heavens, with countless branches. She mentioned one famed name after another, all prominent figures within Dao Court. "My disciple, your talent is no less than theirs. As long as you are willing to work hard, your teacher will help you surpass them and become the top prodigy of Dao Court," Sage Su declared to Xiaolan with a burning gaze. Xiaolan became even more elated. She sat up, tapping Guan on the shoulder with a triumphant smile. "Brother Gu, I will be the top prodigy in the world someday, and you just wait for me to protect you." Guan laughed and said, "Good, I'm already looking forward to it." Sage Su slightly furrowed her brow. In her eyes, Guan was not worthy of Xiaolan, and, moreover, the path that Xiaolan must walk did not require romantic entanglements. To become a top prodigy in Dao court, one must devote all their energy to cultivation. She didn't stop her, though, knowing that once Xiaolan experienced the power and splendor of Dao court, she would eventually lose interest in Guan. Her gaze toward Guan became one of pity. To be abandoned was not a good feeling, and after all, this child was still her disciple. She would ensure he had a good end in the future. Listening to Sage Su's inner thoughts, Guan almost laughed out loud, but he was an excellent actor and restrained himself. Xiaolan, unaware of their thoughts, was still indulging in her dreams of a cultivator's life. That year, Xiaolan began her qi refinement. Sage Su not only taught her cultivation techniques but also provided her with elixirs, which greatly accelerated her cultivation speed. The following year, Guan gifted Xiaolan the White Spirit Sword, which delighted her immensely. She had grown up and had a budding understanding of affection. She realized her feelings for Guan resembled that of a married couple in the human world. Whenever this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks reddened, and she couldn't help stealing glances at Guan. Neither of them pointed out this unspoken understanding, savoring the hazy romantic feelings. Although Sage Su did not expressly prevent it, she often took Guan and Xiaolan to observe mortals suffering for love, hoping to make Xiaolan realize that love was not reliable. However, Xiaolan remained unaffected and felt even more fortunate that her brother Gu was not like those men. In the blink of an eye, 50 years went by swiftly. Xiaolan had reached the cultivation level of the divinity transformation realm, and her talent symbolized by the lifespan limit of 9,999 years was fully evident. According to Sage Su, if Xiaolan had cultivated within Dao court, her progress would have been faster. Gu An's apparent cultivation level had reached the core formation realm, which was extraordinary in the Taicang continent but barely noteworthy in Sage Su's eyes. Over those 50 years, they visited 12 dynasties, experienced the customs of various places, and encountered other cultivators, demons, and ghosts. Xiaolan had matured, letting go of the ties in her braids, and gradually developed the demeanor of a daughter of heaven. No matter how much higher her realm was than Gu An's, her feelings for him had not faded but rather deepened. It used to be Guan taking care of her, but now, the roles had reversed. Whenever Guan remained silent, she would ask him what was wrong, fearing he was under mental stress. This bemused and sometimes frustrated Guan, while also increasing Sage Su's dissatisfaction. She couldn't fathom why Xiaolan was so fond of Guan. Before, Xiaolan had never left the manor and had not met men more outstanding than Guan, so Sage Su could understand her feelings. CTH Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But now, having seen more of the world and yet being even more fond of Guan, Sage Su found it utterly baffling. The worst part was, Sage Su realized it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to intervene. Her intuition told her that if she tried to force them apart, Xiaolan would turn against her. On a sweltering summer day, the three walked along a large river, where waves slapped the banks and white gulls soared, creating a majestic and melancholic atmosphere. "Brother Gu, are you hot? Do you need me to cast a spell for you? Brother Gu, are you tired? Do you need to rest? Brother Gu, look over there. Isn't that demon bird cute? Do you like it? Do you want me to catch it for you?" Listening to these incessant questions, not only Sage Su grew weary, but even Guan felt it was a bit much. "I'm at least at the core formation realm level, why are you treating me like some delicate scholar?" Guan said, rather helplessly. Clad in white, with makeup enhancing her fairy-like appearance, Xiaolan stood beside him prettily. Hearing his words, she blinked and said softly with a giggle, "Well, I just can't help it." For some reason, she was always thinking about Guan, sometimes to the extent that she wouldn't even listen to her master's words. As long as she looked at Guan, she felt elated and considered herself the luckiest person in the world. While they spoke, she couldn't resist hugging Gu An's arm, as though afraid he might leave. Guan was torn between helplessness and being touched by her actions. He hadn't cast any spell on Xiaolan, this was an emotion that transcended reincarnation. Yi Lan's love for him had become an obsession through the cycles of reincarnation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585. The world's number one. Su really didn't want to look at the young lady Xiao Lan's posture, her eyes fixed on the great river ahead, her brows slightly furrowed. She sensed a faint trace of demon qi, enigmatic even to her realm of existence. The opponent's cultivation level was likely higher than hers. Xiao Lan had clung to Guan for quite some time before she finally, reluctantly, came to Sage Su's side, asking with curiosity, "Master, since just now, you have been furrowing your brows. What are you looking at?" Sage Su turned her head to look at her, thinking, "Have you finally remembered your teacher? There seems to be a great demon hidden in the river ahead, and am hesitating whether to change our course," Sage Su replied softly. Xiao Lan's eyes immediately lit up and she said, "What kind of great demon? Compared to the endless flood dragon we encountered before, which one is stronger?" "This demon is probably stronger than your teacher." Sage Su shook her head, unafraid to show weakness in front of her disciple. Hearing this, Xiao Lan subconsciously looked at Guan, then turned back to Sage Su and frowned. "Then we should change routes." Sage Su felt both relieved and helpless. Relieved because Xiao Lan wasn't so reckless, but helpless because the girl considered everything with Guan as the primary factor. Guan's gaze drifted to the distant great demon. Downstream in the great river was a vast lake that resembled a boundless ocean, where a demon and a great cultivator were engaged in combat, vying for the battle court's legacy treasures. That great cultivator was adept in the qi concealment technique, not revealing the slightest trace of his aura, making the battle not earth-shatteringly noticeable. The great demon was likewise afraid of the treasure's qi leaking out, endeavoring to contain its demon qi, but still leaking quite a bit. Watching their combat, Guan also got some ideas. CTH Novelfire. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What kind of Dao treasure should you refine for Xiao Lan? When autumn came, the third Medicine Valley gradually took on a withered yellow hue. Under an ancient tree, Long Ting sat in meditation, his robe fluttered slightly, with Jin Qi swirling around him like various strands of dragon Qi. Long Qing approached him with someone in tow, none other than the emperor of the Tai Tsung dynasty, Li Xiandao. Dressed in a golden robe and topped with a dragon crown, Li Zuando's imperial presence was unmistakable, drawing frequent glances from Medicine Valley disciples along the way. Ever since his nirvana, Li Xiandao had truly displayed his dominance. Reigning for 20,000 years, he had become the god in the hearts of Tai Tsung imperial dynasty's people. He and Long Qing were the two most powerful individuals in the Tai Tsung continent. Many feared that a rift between them would lead to chaos, yet their relationship had always been amiable. This cordiality allowed the supreme sect and Tai Tsung imperial dynasty to interact harmoniously, resolving any conflicts by discussion. Li Zuando's eyes shone the moment he saw Long Teng. He had always harbored a bold hunch. The enigmatic outer heaven power had previously sought Long Qing, and the emergence of the dragon battle dharma aspect had strengthened his conviction. He thought Long Ting bore a resemblance to Guan the first time he saw him. His features had a sharper edge than Guan's, but their facial structures were highly similar. Upon reaching Long Teng, Long Qing spoke, "Tengayer, this is His Majesty of the Tai Tsung imperial dynasty, an old friend of my master. Pay your respects quickly." Hearing this, Long Ting immediately stood up to salute Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao smiled, saying, "Seeing you reminds me of the first time I met Yang Jian." Yang Jian. Long Ting had, of course, heard the name. He was a legend of the supreme sect, a senior brother to his father, who had made great contributions to the Tai Tsung imperial dynasty. He was currently the strongest in the dynasty. Before the ancestor made his presence known, he had admired Yang Jian the most. In the Tai Tsung continent, anyone over the age of 6 knew Yang Jian's tales, which had spread journey to the west far and wide, turning it into an enduring classic. It had been canonized by the dynasty, despite some content being subversive. "Follow me from now on. I will not treat you poorly. It'll enable you to become another Yang Jian, or even surpass him," said Li Xiandao, filled with boundless aspiration. After hearing this, Long Ting did not respond right away but looked towards Long Qing. Long Qing nodded, saying, "I do not wish the Long family to be too closely tied to the supreme sect. Following His Majesty to establish some achievements is quite good. Once you get established, the Long family will move out." Long Ting had long been aware of the Long clan's destiny, so he had no doubts. He gave Li Xiandao a fistful salute in acceptance, which pleased Li Xiandao even more. Pulling him to sit down, they reminisced about the old times. Upon hearing Li Xiandao mention his ancestor Guan, Long Ting became interested. Now, what he was most curious about and aspired to know was what kind of person ancestor Guan really was. Li Xiandao started from his first encounter with Guan, and learning that the ancestor had once posed as a menial disciple made Long Ting even more intrigued. When Long Ting found out that historical texts like The Investiture of the Gods and A Journey to the West and writings by the Supreme Immortal Venerable were all authored by his ancestor, his eyes widened. No wonder these texts were must-reads for disciples and even studied as history. Now he believed it. Perhaps it was truly trials his ancestor lived through. Long Qing watched Long Ting's expressions and smiled. Even though he planned to sever the Long clan's ties with the supreme sect, he didn't wish his descendants to drift apart from the primordial ancestor. Without the primordial ancestor, there would be no Long family. This was something that must not be forgotten. An hour swiftly passed. Li Xiandao props himself up on his knees, laughs, and says, "I intend for you to train at the Dao court for some time. Upon your return, I will declare you great general. What follows will be an era unlike any before, as we intend to sweep across all imperial dynasties and establish a unified imperial dynasty, creating merits for the common people. I need you for this. It will be a long and arduous task. You will face countless battles." Hearing this, Long Ting's eyes immediately burn with passion, even his breathing becomes rapid. Is the Dao court really that impressive? Long Ting asks curiously. In today's world, it is considered a top-tier Dao court. Of course, if your ancestor were still with the supreme sect, the Dao court wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. I've arranged everything, and upon your arrival, you just need to cultivate. I'll have someone accompany you to handle everything. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long Ting responds excitedly, his favor toward Li Xiandao growing significantly. For Long Qing, this is the first time he truly senses Li Zuando's charismatic personality. No wonder Brother Yang Jian has willingly served him for so many years. Serving the imperial power is well and good. It meant that, however strong the Long family became, there would always be someone above them. That's what Long Qing thought as he looked at Li Xiandao and Long Ting. He started to look forward to Long Ting's performance in the years to come. 80 years had passed since Xiao Lan left Xiao Manor. Sage Su finally prepared to return to the Dao court, and before leaving, Xiao Lan wanted to visit Xiao Manor one last time. Sage Su agreed. This time, Sage Su didn't travel on foot. She directly cast a spell, taking Xiao Lan and Guan with her, and within half an hour, they were back at Xiao Manor. The trio stayed for 2 days before departing. Before leaving, Xiao Lan left behind plenty of cultivation resources for Xiao Manor to soar. Many of these resources came from Sage Su herself. Sage Su understood Xiao Lan's intentions very well. It was normal for the entire household to ascend to heaven when one person achieved immortal cultivation. She also wanted Xiao Lan to cultivate without any concerns. The three of them took to the clouds and headed for the Dao court. As they neared the Dao court, Sage Su turned to look at Xiao Lan wanting to say something, but seeing Xiao Lan holding tightly to Gu An's arm, she swallowed her words. Never mind. It wasn't like the girl was neglecting her cultivation. Once her feelings for Guan faded, everything would return to normal. Guan was also full of interest in the Dao court as many old acquaintances had joined its ranks. In the previous crisis from outer heaven, the Dao court had demonstrated the responsibility and ambition befitting the world's #1 sect. Their reputation soared after that battle, and more sects believed the Dao court to be worthy of leading them, trustworthy to hold the position of alliance hierarch. The Dao court was not stingy either. They did not require other sects to submit but simply to form an alliance. For each ally, they provided opportunities to cultivate Daoist techniques. As disciples from other sects returned from training, the Dao court's reputation continued to grow. Xiaolan, too, eagerly anticipated the Dao court. She said she wanted Guan to stay in her cave mansion. According to Sage Su, with her talent, she was entitled to a high level of treatment, and her cave mansion was rich with spiritual energy. Facing her anticipation, Guan agreed, causing Sage Su to shake her head but say no more. Before long, the magnificent sight of the Dao court appeared before them. The Dao court occupied an entire continent, and above that continent, a layer of cloud seas had formed. On these cloud seas were built dojos and cities, with the higher the cultivation level, the higher the residence. Even before setting foot on the continent, one could feel its magnificent destiny, something neither the former immortal dynasty nor holy court could compare with. Guan detected the presence of the saint minister and other high-ranking officials of the holy court. The Dao court's swift growth had much to do with the contributions of former members of the holy court and immortal dynasty. Precisely speaking, the Dao court was an amalgamation of the former overlords of the Great Thousand World before its reconstruction, with a complex interweaving of factions. This was why the Dao court did not annex other sects but chose to form alliances. Their essence, too, was an alliance of sections. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Variables. Under the guidance of Sage Su, Guan and Xiaolan were successfully initiated into the Dao court, becoming true disciples of the Dao court, while Xiaolan became Sage Su's direct disciple, with treatment and status far surpassing Guan. Xiaolan's first cave mansion featured an interior space so vast it resembled the third medicine valley, which made Guan reflect upon the deep foundations of the Dao court. It should be known that although Xiaolan had extraordinary talent, her cultivation level wasn't high, yet the cave mansion she received was still better than those of over 1 million other disciples with superior cultivation. After moving into the cave mansion, Xiaolan could no longer hide her petty concerns, but Guan sternly criticized her, telling her to focus on cultivation, as longevity was the true path. This made her feel ashamed and abandon those trivial thoughts in favor of earnest cultivation. Guan didn't stay for nothing. He began helping Xiaolan plant medicinal herbs and manage the cave mansion, allowing her to concentrate on her cultivation. By the time he had filled the entire cave mansion with medicinal herbs and organized everything neatly, Sage Su was very pleased with his performance when she came to visit. Sage Su suddenly thought that there were still many redeeming qualities about Guan, and perhaps he was having a positive influence on Xiaolan, who was now able to dedicate herself entirely to cultivation. "You're doing well, keep helping her, and she will be your greatest opportunity on the path of immortal cultivation," Sage Su said before she left, and Guan suddenly felt as if he were back in his old line of work. He shook his head and chuckled, not minding it, for helping Xiaolan was something he did willingly, and it also allowed him to conveniently snatch lifespan. Xiaolan, who practiced the innate reincarnation skill, could easily awaken memories of her previous life if subjected to a shock. And in this life, she had experienced smooth sailing without any signs of regaining those memories. Guan wasn't in a hurry for her to recover her memories because the longer she lived in this life, the deeper her understanding of the Great Tao would become. Of course, Guan wouldn't always stay in the cave mansion with her. Occasionally, he would switch with his clone while his true self was busy with other matters. Cultivation was a lengthy affair. The higher the realm, the more time was needed for secluded meditation. In the blink of an eye, another millennium passed, and Guan's yearly income of lifespan had increased to 40 million years within this year. Over 1,000 years, Xiaolan had reached the Nirvana realm and was making rapid strides toward the loose immortal realm. During this period, she had returned to Xiao Manor twice, helping Xiao Manor transform into a cultivation family. Unfortunately, Manor Master Xiao's maximum lifespan was too short, and he had passed away some years ago. One day, Sage Su sent a message to Xiaolan, which led her to find Guan and leave the cave mansion with him. There are over 10,000 branches within the Dao court, and the competition is fierce. It's said that there will be an enlightenment conference soon, and disciples from other sects will also be attending. Master wants us to go to Dao City to broaden our horizons, Xiaolan said with a smile as she flew on a cloud beside Guan. Having attained the Nirvana realm, she still exuded a lively temperament. Although she was now 1,000 years old, she had spent most of that time in secluded cultivation, which made her feel as if she had only lived 1 year, with few memories retained. We should indeed take a good look, Guan smiled. His gaze had already reached Dao City. Coincidentally, his descendant Long Teng was also in that city, currently engaging in a combat practice with someone. Within his realm, Long Teng had won 97 consecutive battles against talents from various sects, making his name resonate throughout the city. Martial resolution was there, too. Guan had always kept an eye on this brother who would understand the Tao whenever he felt disheartened. A long time ago, martial resolution had ventured out alone, enduring many hardships, which helped him achieve enlightenment time after time. For this very reason, he had not returned to the supreme sect. Martial resolution and Long Ting didn't know each other, and Long Ting never claimed to be from the supreme sect. At the moment, martial resolution was among the crowd watching the match, admiring Long Ting's talent. Dao's city was vast, and Guan wasn't worried about bumping into martial resolution. Unless he wanted to see martial resolution, there was no chance they would meet. Right now, Guan only wanted to accompany Xiaolan and help her grow. Along the way, Xiaolan chatted non-stop, talking about Dao's city before moving on to discuss her cultivation achievements. She even wanted to teach Guan her spells. Although they shared the same master, the inheritances they received were different. They chatted and laughed, flying for the duration of 1 stick of incense before finally arriving at Dao City. With that, Guan was ready to relax and enjoy a leisurely stroll with Xiaolan. Xiaolan also treasured these rare moments of leisure, clinging to Guan's arm the entire time and unwilling to let go, giving the impression that they were Dao companions. In the Daoist field of the beginningless, within Guan's courtyard, Celestial Demon Child approached Shenzhen, who was watching her control the Tai-Ching True Fire under the artifact refining cauldron. After observing for a while, she asked, "Miss Shen, do you feel like the master's heart is always elsewhere?" Shenzhen replied, "Definitely outside, probably caught by some woman's heart." When facing the disciples in the dojo, Guan didn't need to leave a clone to pretend, so everyone could feel his frequent outings. As soon as Celestial Demon Child heard this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked, "If so, aren't you worried?" "What's there to worry about? We've followed him for an endless time. Be content. Besides, do we really want to restrain him? Even if we had the power, which we don't, why would we?" Shenzhen said nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on the Tai-Ching True Fire. Celestial Demon Child pouted and said, "I naturally wouldn't dare control the master. I'm just curious." Shenzhen smiled and said, "It's probably some past acquaintance reincarnated, otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much time with them." "Past acquaintance?" Celestial Demon Child became interested and asked which past acquaintance it was. Shenzhen glanced at her and said teasingly, "There are probably only 2 people whose companionship he would cherish. One is the Ji family's 3rd young miss, and the other is his junior sister. I bet it's his junior sister, 9 out of 10. She began to recount the story of Guan and Yilan, while Celestial Demon Child listened attentively. The story of Guan and Yilan was simple, but Celestial Demon Child felt a sense of warmth listening to it. She had heard many heart-wrenchingly beautiful love stories, but after hearing this one, she suddenly thought that the person the master liked most in his heart might indeed be Miss Yi. The master was so formidable, invincible in the world, yet he chose to live hidden in the mountains. This was enough to prove his temperament. Suddenly. "Are you talking about me behind my back?" Guan's voice interrupted the conversation between the 2 women, startling them as they turned to see Guan standing right behind them. Celestial Demon Child's face flushed with embarrassment, while Shenzhen remained composed. Guan walked between them to the artifact refining cauldron and extended his divine sense into it. Inside was the Dao treasure he was refining for Xiaolan, almost complete. After reaching the heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm, Guan's speed and strength in crafting Dao treasures had increased. He planned to give Xiaolan a great gift to make her path as a heaven's pride child even easier. Celestial Demon Child moved closer to Guan and curiously asked, "Master, has Miss Yi really reincarnated?" Emichim, Shenzhen guessed correctly. Guan replied, then briefly recounted the reincarnations of Elan over the years. Hearing that Elan had endured more than a dozen reincarnations without forgetting Guan, even Shenzhen was touched. Celestial demon child's eyes reddened with emotion as she expressed a desire to meet Xiaolan. Focus on your cultivation, don't let her surpass you, Guan teased without giving a direct answer. Celestial demon child boasted with a proud smile, I'm a wandering immortal, it won't be easy for her to catch up to me. Shenzhen, on the other hand, asked out of curiosity, is her talent in this life very high? Very high. Guan's answer instilled a sense of urgency in Celestial Demon Child. She did not linger any longer and quickly returned to her training. Shenzhen also did not disturb Guan's refining any further. Xiaolan could not bring any pressure to her, she preferred seeking enlightenment rather than blindly pursuing cultivation levels. The true meaning of the great Tao brought her joy. Refining Tao treasures was simple for Guan now, he didn't need to concentrate intently. He was paying attention to someone else, someone far away in another great world. Jianghu. He had been sent by the Buddha immortal to the Taoist great world to search for the divine exotic realm master. The two had already reunited but had encountered difficulties within the Taoist great world. This predicament would cause both to be severely injured, but they would eventually escape with their lives, so Guan decided not to intervene. Knowing the future, he still watched because a variable had appeared in the fight. Sarthan Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This person was not in Zhang Buku's fate before, but now, this person would frequently appear in Zhang Buku's life and even build a very close relationship with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, The illusory celestial court. The vast sea churned, and storm clouds obscured the heavens, as bolts of lightning continuously flashed across the sky, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere between the heavens and the sea. Zhang Buku, dressed in a dark red battle armor, levitated mid-air, clutching a long spear. Behind him stood the divine exotic realm master back-to-back with him. They both stared into the distance where formidable figures blocked every direction, these powerhouses maintaining their distance while conjuring a formation. Beside Zhang Buku was another figure, positioned 5 zhang away. This individual's garments were tattered, his face smeared with grime, and his hair a complete mess, much like a beggar. His frame was frail, yet his face wore a mocking smile amid the encircling enemies, in stark contrast to the tense expressions of Zhang Buku and the divine exotic realm master. Hey, Zhang Buku, see for yourself, wouldn't you rather give the treasure to me? At least you wouldn't have to die. Any regrets? The frail man teased as he looked at Zhang Buku. Zhang Buku didn't respond, but the divine exotic realm master coldly retorted, Suyu, don't you have to die as well? The thin man named Suyu spread his hands indifferently, my death doesn't matter. I'm merely experiencing the reincarnation tribulation. If I die, there's still the next life. You, however, are the real deal. If you die, you truly die. Hearing this, the eyes of the divine exotic realm master filled with frost. All 3 of you dared to harm my son, no one will escape today. A roar, akin to thunder, reverberated beneath the storm clouds, and the vast fury caused the distant clouds to disperse. A statue, larger than mountains and possessing 8 arms, closed in. Each arm wielded a divine weapon while a white-robed man with flowing silver hair, ferocious face, and eyes filled with killing intent stood atop the statue's head. Zhang Buku looked at the 8-armed statue and said, even as a reincarnation body, you probably don't want to die. Let's fight together, and once we break out, they'll give you a fair chance to compete for the divine treasure. Upon hearing this, Suyu grinned, revealing rows of blackened teeth, and chuckled, you sure understand the stakes. Let's break out together then, and don't fall behind, I won't look back. With that, he turned and walked in the opposite direction toward the 8-armed statue, flying off, and ahead of him were many cultivators blocking the horizon. This battle drew the attention of many great powers from afar, with Guan observing from the furthest distance within the celestial spirit great world. While crafting a Dao treasure, Guan watched the battle, focusing mainly on Suyu. Suyu didn't lie to Zhang Buku, he truly was a reincarnation body. His original self wasn't simple. Guan could sense that their cultivation levels were almost equal, and he possessed the celestial Dao destiny. This meant, this person was likely a celestial god from the celestial court. Had Guan not broken through to become a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, he might not have been able to see through the cause and effect of Su Yu's original self. The encounter between Su Yu and Zhang Buku was no coincidence, since Zhang Buku was an inheritor of Buddha Immortal, who also had ties with the celestial court. Fortunately, judging from Zhang Buku's fate, Su Yu had no intention of harming him, but rather to support him. Although curious, Guan had no intent to probe further. Su Yu was unaware of his existence. Why should he provoke needless trouble? Even for the topmost great powers of the Great Thousand World, the celestial court remained an enigma, ethereal and elusive. Yet in the 3,000 great worlds, many celestial gods roamed. Some knew their identities but chose to feign ignorance. The karma of celestial gods was immense. Even with only the celestial spirit god guarding the celestial spirit great world, many forces dare not forcibly enter. It seemed there existed a certain place where, with the right authorities' permission, and Opharth guardians of the Great Thousand World. Guan watched for a while longer before turning his attention away. His present life was calm, he did not wish to entangle too soon with the celestial court. Unless absolutely necessary, Guan would not provoke the celestial court and aim to survive within the celestial spirit great world. Guan couldn't help but think of the celestial spirit god. In this life, Bai Sheng, with Su Jin's help, had already embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Guan hoped he would possess a heart of compassion, that way, the celestial spirit great world could have a celestial god. A celestial god not only shields the cosmos but also stabilizes the celestial court. Guan entertained the thought of persuading the celestial spirit god because, in pursuit of the immortal palace's treasures, the celestial spirit god had violated the principles of the celestial gods, indicating a lack of complete loyalty to the celestial court. Although the celestial spirit god had once aimed to destroy the celestial spirit great world, that had been a mission assigned by the celestial court, which he had delayed for many years. Across the ages, whenever a threat to the celestial spirit great world emerged, the celestial spirit god didn't wait for explanations, he just executed them. This approach, at least, spared many beings from numerous calamities. Celestial Spirit God, I truly look forward to your future. I hope you won't disappoint me. If it doesn't work out, I might have to slay a god. Guan thought to himself and a smile appeared on his face. Before that, he would continue to enjoy a peaceful life. When Xiaolan naturally awakened her past life memories, he would let her choose whether to stay in the Daoist field of the beginningless or continue to traverse the world. Nowadays, the celestial spirit great world seemed small in Guan's eyes, where he was omnipotent and could dominate everything. The Enlightenment Convention lasted a full 5 years, each dojo had its own enlightenment platform, and those who excelled in enlightenment were announced throughout the cities, becoming renowned across the world. Xiaolan did not disappoint, her comprehension of the great Tao touched the steel, marking her prominence, and Guan could see Sage Su and her fellow cultivators ecstatic at her side. Sarch * the Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sage Su was usually composed and even somewhat aloof, but faced with Xiaolan's remarkable achievements, she couldn't maintain her composure. Fortunately, Xiaolan did not witness that scene. The Dao court was vast, with tens of thousands of branches, and the Enlightenment Convention was similar to the imperial examination in the human world, an opportunity for disciples to change their fate. Even those disciples with mediocre spiritual root qualification harbored hope, as the Dao court valued comprehension of the great Dao more. Only after the end of the Enlightenment Convention did Xiaolan awaken. Guan accompanied her off the platform, and they were soon met by Sage Su and other mentors. Come, let me take you to meet the great powers of our sect. Your comprehension has been recognized by the higher-ups. My disciple, you are truly going to become a prodigy of the Dao court. Sage Su grasped Xiaolan's hand, excitedly said. Xiaolan hesitated and looked towards Guan, who winked at her and said, Go on, it's not a goodbye. When you return, we'll have a good chat. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face bloomed into a smile, and she nodded immediately. Sage Su pulled Xiaolan and flew away quickly. Other great cultivators began to attend to their own disciples, and seeing that they had nothing to discuss with him, Guan turned and left. Guan, right? You better be prepared. Xiaolan will soon soar to great heights and become an existence that both you and even we will look up to, said a middle-aged Daoist, watching Guan's departing figure, and suddenly spoke. Guan did not stop walking. His departing silhouette made the other great cultivators shake their heads, thinking he was being stubborn. Little did they know how fragile emotions are in the face of time and talent. The journey of immortal cultivation is about mastering the Tao heart and dominating instincts. When cultivators overcome their emotions and desires, they naturally make the most beneficial and rational decisions for themselves. Guan did not mind the discussions of the wandering immortals. His thoughts were on Long Teng. Long Teng was about to face trouble, and he was ready to lend a hand. Regardless, he was Long Zhan, and Long Teng could be considered his kin. Furthermore, Long Teng's presence in the Dao court was arranged by Li Xiandao. If something went wrong, and the Li family and the Long family turned against each other, it wouldn't be a pretty sight. Guan did not want to test personal relationships. He was not walking quickly, as if strolling, since combat was not allowed within Dao City. Long Teng had performed well over the years, and Guan was quite satisfied with him. If there was any flaw to point out, it was that he was too righteous, not selfish enough. Such a character was rare in the Long family, and Guan intended not only to save him but also to give him a push. Meanwhile, along another street, Long Teng and a man in blue walked shoulder to shoulder. You are really impressive. The steel in front of you lit up, causing an uproar from the crowd below, and many were inquiring about your origins. The man in blue was sent by Li Xiandao to accompany Long Teng in his cultivation. After experiencing the prosperity of the Dao court, he thought the Taicang continent was quite primitive, so he acted very prudently. Over the years, seeing Long Teng suppress various geniuses, even those of Dao court were no match for him, which delighted him immensely. Especially his performance at the Enlightenment Convention. Long Teng's comprehension achieved the highest score, with only a handful of people comparable to him. Compared to the man in blue's excitement, Long Teng was quite calm. He was still pondering the insights he gained from enlightenment. He felt he needed to find a path genuinely suitable for himself, as his current Daoist techniques were too mixed, leaving him somewhat confused. The two made their way towards the city gate, and even though Long Teng was not responsive, the man in blue kept talking non-stop, envisioning Long Teng's future in 10,000 years, believing Long Teng would surpass Yang Jian to become the premier warrior of the Taicang imperial dynasty. By the time they reached the city gate, Long Teng was still contemplating enlightenment. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. Do you need something? The man in blue asked with a frown. Long Teng's train of thought was interrupted, and he instinctively frowned. Looking up about to speak, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he froze, his body even trembling slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, The Support of Dao Court. Long Teng looked at Guan before him, feeling a sense of unreality. He still remembered the day when the ancestor had raised his hand to suppress the heaven-supporting ancestor on the heaven-repairing platform, an image that was vivid in his mind to this day. Even though he had seen many strong figures with great powers, he could never forget the ancestor. Moreover, the Dharma aspect summoned by Long Qing that day made him feel a strong resemblance to the ancestor. Even though his father hadn't said much, he had always harbored such a guess in his heart. Guan looked at the excited Long Teng and smiled as he asked, not in a hurry to go back. Shall we find a place to sit? Once Long Teng left the city, he would quickly be surrounded by troubles. Long Teng hurriedly responded, no rush at all. He was at a loss, not knowing how to face the ancestor. The man in the blue robe was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Long Teng lose his composure like this, and he dared not underestimate Guan, simply bowing silently. Then, the three of them walked toward Dao City. There were plenty of places inside the city where they could sit and chat. Eventually, they found an inn, and the three sat down by a window on the 4th floor. After Long Ting ordered some wine and dishes, he looked expectantly toward Guan. The ancestor had appeared at the Dao court. It couldn't be just to find him, could it? Even if it wasn't, now that the ancestor had shown himself, he must have something to ask of him. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron. New Omicron. He was self-aware and knew he could not help the ancestor much, but he felt that perhaps his comprehension had attracted the ancestor's attention. Guan began to make small talk with Long Ting, asking about his experiences over the years, to which Long Ting faithfully responded one by one. Long Ting's attitude made the man in the blue robe even more curious about Guan, and when he found an opportunity, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what is your relationship with Long Ting?" Guan smiled and said, "He is my descendant." Upon hearing this, the man in the blue robe suddenly realized, wondering to himself, wasn't the sect leader of the supreme sect the most powerful in the Long family? The sect leader was Long Ting's father. Could there be an even more powerful ancestor? Long Ting widened his eyes, extremely excited. Indeed. The ancestor was his ancestor. The fact that the ancestor would acknowledge their relationship excited Long Ting tremendously, giving him a feeling as if he were dreaming. Guan turned to the man in the blue robe and smiled, "Let's keep our meeting today a secret, and don't mention it to His Majesty either." "You know His Majesty?" the man in the blue robe asked in surprise. Guan picked up his cup and said, "I've known him for over 20,000 years. My name is Guan, you might not have heard of me." "Guan, what? You're Guan." The man in the blue robe suddenly stood up, becoming even more excited than Long Ting, and just after asking, he regretted it and instinctively looked around. He saw that other cultivators in the inn did not care about their conversation, which made him sigh with relief. He sat down again, and respectfully raised his hand to Guan, his hands trembling. Guan smiled and said, "No need for such courtesy. I pay no mind to the worldly rituals of the human world. Sword Venerable, rest assured, I will not speak of it." The excited man in the blue robe said, his name was Li Yu, a descendant of the royal family. Although he was not from Li Zuando's direct line, he was highly regarded by Li Xiandao, so he was aware of the past between Li Xiandao and supporting Dao's Sword Venerable. Long Ting also reassured him, his eyes never daring to leave Guan, afraid that Guan might suddenly disappear. Guan finished his cup in one gulp and continued, "Since meeting is fate, I shall enlighten you both a little." Before Long Ting and Li Yu could speak, Guan set down his cup, and a powerful Dao intent instantly enveloped the two, plunging them into a trance. Guan's gaze moved toward the window, looking out over Dao City, where the sky was vast and the city splendidly majestic. It had to be said, the Dao court was indeed extraordinary, having built such a foundation in 20,000 years that was stronger than the ancient holy court. For a very long time to come, the Dao court would play a crucial role. Only when Li Yu rose to become the strongest in the celestial spirit great world would the Dao court become a thing of the past. But that was a very distant future. Time swiftly passed. After an indeterminate amount of time, as if waking from a dream, Long Ting awoke to see Li Yu still sitting beside him in a daze, and the inn server was standing at the table, looking at them nervously. Coming back to his senses, Long Ting hurriedly said, "We're fine, you can go down." The innkeeper, although dubious, hurriedly caught the bag of spirit stones that Long Ting tossed out and bowed as he took his leave. Long Ting looked out the window, his divine sense probing but unable to find Guan. However, a segment of inherited memory popped into his mind. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Celestial Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. Long Ting's eyes flickered with excitement, filled with gratitude towards Guan. Unlike his father's Celestial Dragon Dharma Aspect, the Celestial Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect summoned his reincarnation body, and what's more, without any cost, this gave him a clear direction for his future cultivation. The path of reincarnation. To wage wars across hundreds, thousands of lifetimes, and to condense the strongest Dharma aspect. Thinking of the dragon battle Dharma aspect that his father had summoned, Long Ting's heart burned with eagerness. At this moment, Li Yu also regained consciousness. After a brief moment of astonishment, he excitedly looked at Long Ting and said, "Long Ting, I've received the inheritance of the Sword Venerable, named the Seven Gods' Golden Body. Have you heard of this technique? Longting shook his head. Since it was granted by our ancestor, it must be a remarkable inheritance. What I received was another kind of divine skill. Yes, this Seven Gods' Golden Body is indeed domineering. I feel that if I perfect it, I could be qualified to contend with the heaven's proud sons. Liu said, holding back his joy as he grabbed some wine to calm his emotions. Longting did not respond further and instead turned his gaze back to the window. He suddenly grew curious. Why had the ancestor appeared within the Dao court? Could it be the ancestor was behind the Dao court? The rapid rise of the Dao court had always been a puzzling matter for all beings in the celestial spirit great world. If it was the ancestor, that would make sense. Liu continued discussing the power of the Seven Gods' Golden Body, talking incessantly as usual, even without Longting responding. Elsewhere, Guan had already met Xiaolan and they were heading back to the cave mansion together. On the way back, Xiaolan spoke of the Ting Master's appreciation for her. She would soon be relocating her cave mansion, and she said she would take Guan with her wherever she went, never to be parted from him. The Dao court allowed the heaven's proud sons to bring people into the main veins, as long as the numbers were few. Guan had no objections to Xiaolan's arrangements. He listened intently to her expressing her excitement. Months passed swiftly by. One day, Guan and Xiaolan, led by a disciple of the main vein, arrived at the new cave mansion. After the disciple of the main vein left, Xiaolan looked at the little world before her, thrilled. This little world was quite vast, spanning 100,000 miles, brimming with spiritual energy, all belonging to Xiaolan alone. Laner. Guan suddenly called out. After hearing him, Xiaolan turned around reflexively, only for a sword to fly towards her, which she caught instinctively. She looked down and realized it was the white spirit sword that Guan always carried with him. This sword is a congratulatory gift from me, congratulating you on becoming a true disciple of the Dao court, Guan said with a smile, looking at Xiaolan. Xiaolan, holding the white spirit sword joyfully, curiously asked, I've always wanted to ask you, what is the origin of the Cyan Hong sword and white spirit sword, and why do you always carry them? Guan replied, these two swords were given to me by the most important person in my life. She has passed away, and my giving them to you now signifies that you are the most important person to me at present. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan felt as sweet as honey in her heart, and she immediately rushed towards Guan, embracing him. Guan shook his head helplessly. How could this girl be more clingy than in her previous life? Always wanting to hug him, touch him. This sword contains extraordinary power. Don't tell anyone about it, Guan said softly, caressing Xiaolan's head. The white spirit sword was no longer ordinary. Guan had infused a newly forged Dao treasure into it, merging the two. The white spirit sword was now a Dao treasure, containing power enough to overturn the 9 heavens of the immortal Dao. The true meaning of the great Dao within it could aid Xiaolan in her cultivation. Nestled in Guan's arms, Xiaolan nodded. She never doubted Guan, burying her face in his chest. She felt truly blessed, her immortal path was smooth, and the person she loved most was always by her side. She resolved to cultivate diligently, to protect everything she had. All right, let's start managing this little world, Guan said, patting Xiaolan's back lightly with a laugh. Reluctant to let go, Xiaolan released her grip on him and took Guan's hand, walking forward as she shared her ideas about how she wanted this little world to look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Breakthrough to Heaven Opening Daluo Immortal Realm Perfection. The road to immortal cultivation was long and fraught with obstacles, the ancients said, an immortal dreams for 3,000 years. This saying was validated in today's celestial spirit great world. After stepping into the nirvana realm, the time scale of cultivators began to lengthen, 100 years as a day, 1,000 years as a dream. For those on the path of immortal Dao, the higher their talent, the faster time passed. After becoming a disciple of the main vein of the Dao court, Xiaolan entered a prolonged period of seclusion. At first, she worried about Guan, fearing that he would pass away during her seclusion. Fortunately, although Guan encountered many setbacks, he always managed to break through. Once Guan successfully achieved nirvana, she completely set her mind at ease and focused on her cultivation. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, and although the human world underwent tremendous changes like the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields, there were not many changes in the immortal cultivation realm. That year, Xiaolan encountered a breakthrough opportunity. Under the protection of the great cultivators of the main vein, she successfully stepped into the wandering immortal realm, while Guan watched from a distance. He marveled at the uniqueness of the new era. Living for 10,000 years to reach wandering immortal realm was rare in the previous era, but in this new one, such geniuses were not few. Blood Prison Great Saint and an Xian even reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm one after another. Dao treasures greatly aided their cultivation, added with the abundant spiritual energy of the Daoist field of the beginningless, containing the true meaning of the great Dao, their cultivation speed was ever increasing. Especially in Xian, who seemed to be transforming into an Hao. Though Guan felt that he contributed significantly to his disciples' progress, thinking of the past, he still had many reflections. I should also break through a minor realm. Guan watched Xiaolan consolidating her cultivation level at the horizon and made up his mind. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. He originally wanted to rely on his enlightenment to break through. However, for a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, breaking through a minor realm required much more time than he could imagine. Having thought that, Guan directly switched identities, his original body leaping out of the little world. Among the cultivators protecting Xiaolan, the strongest had reached the Dao Void Profound Immortal Realm. This person did not detect any abnormalities and remained focused on Xiaolan. Guan's original body arrived at a forest in the human world, where he directly performed a lifespan breakthrough. 9 options appeared before him again, most of the locations were ones he recognized. Guan's gaze fell on Desperate Celestial Tomb. The sins within the Desperate Celestial Tomb had a mysterious cause and effect with him. He originally thought he could learn about it through lifespan reincarnation, but he did not. Let's take another look. Now that his realm was higher, maybe he could understand. Guan immediately chose to teleport to the Desperate Celestial Tomb, consuming 100 billion years of lifespan in the process. After a while, Guan opened his eyes and immediately activated the lifespan barrier. What entered his sight was the desolate scene of the Desperate Celestial Tomb, with colossal and ruined structures stretching all the way to the ends of heaven and earth. The grand palace where the Sin resided was far from him, but he could easily see the situation of that palace. The immense door, still slightly ajar, stretched as dark as if leading to the gates of hell. Guan didn't keep staring at that palace. He pulled up the attribute panel. The novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Name: Guan, lifespan 34, 362/487, 609, 219, 005, physique, primordial reincarnation, undying body, cultivation level, late stage of heaven opening Daoist immortal realm. He directly invested lifespan into his cultivation level, in increments of 100 billion years each time. Prompt after prompt appeared, with 480 billion years of lifespan at his disposal. Guan barely heeded the failure notifications. Eventually, after spending 110 billion years of lifespan, he successfully reached the perfection of heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm. Next would be observing the consumption of the lifespan barrier. Vast spiritual energy surged from the ground. Almost instantly, Guan was enveloped by golden illumination of the great Dao. The Dao's spiritual energy of the entire Desperate Celestial Tomb showed anomalies, and even the Dao rules trembled. Now that he was a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, the disturbances he caused far exceeded those of before, and more ancient buildings began to tremble. The ground heaved with sand, moving as if it had sentience, appearing like a yellow cloth rising. Since it was a breakthrough in a minor realm, Guan didn't need to be completely focused on the breakthrough. He divided his attention towards the grand palace where the Sin resided. Time ticked by. In half an hour, Guan would succeed in his breakthrough, yet halfway through, the Sin still did not appear. Could something have gone wrong? Guan thought silently. Even when he succeeded in his breakthrough, the Sin never emerged from that grand palace. The lifespan barrier consumed nearly 500 billion years of lifespan, which stung quite a bit for Guan. The higher the realm, the greater the lifespan barrier's consumption, and for safety, he activated the lifespan barrier every time he broke through. The reason for this was quite simple. Guan enjoyed observing others, and he spied on existences of lower realms without being detected, so naturally, there must be existences stronger than him who also enjoyed spying on those weaker than themselves. The purpose of the lifespan barrier was to prevent him from being observed while gaining strength. This was crucial. Guan could reach this point today. Those enemies he had defeated found it incredible, and the lifespan barrier played a critical role in this. Guan felt disappointed that he hadn't seen Zoe. Although the desperate celestial tomb was constantly showing signs of disturbance, there seemed to be no signs of living beings, not even ghosts or evil spirits. Once Guan's cultivation level had stabilized, he stood up. Before leaving, he covered the entire desperate celestial tomb with his divine sense. Since it was a tomb, something must have been buried here. The grand palace where Zoe resided wasn't the most mysterious. At the center of the world, Guan spotted a deep hole over 1,000 miles in diameter, bottomless and swirling with a special Daoist spiritual qi. This was the first time Guan, who had begun to understand different Dao, had encountered such Daoist spiritual qi. It was eerie, ominous, and sent shivers down one's spine. Even Guan, who had reached the perfection of the heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm, had an intuition not to come into contact with this Dao. He was about to teleport back when he suddenly sensed movement. Something in the deep hole was rushing towards the surface. As it ascended, the invisible and intangible Daoist spiritual qi surged like erupting core fire, unstoppable. The ground began to tremble violently. Guan wasn't panicking. He stood within the lifespan barrier, hidden from detection, but he still prepared to teleport away immediately if needed. With a bang, sand flew upwards from the ground violently, the clouds at the horizon dispersed, and an object burst out of the deep hole, aiming to break through the sky. However, when it reached a certain height, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Narrowing his eyes, Guan saw that it was a forefinger, dark red throughout, with a tip sharp as a knife, 1,000 feet long, emanating a terrifying aura. The might displayed by this forefinger was not inferior to the early stage of the Tai Ching Golden Immortal Realm, but the Daoist spiritual qi surrounding it was even more dreadful. After being halted, the forefinger fell down, eventually crashing into a ruined temple and raising a cloud of dust tens of thousands of feet high. Guan used the lifespan detection on this finger, but found nothing, indicating that it wasn't a living being. He turned his head in another direction. A faint aura emitted from the grand palace where Zoe resided. Soon, a figure peeked through the door crack. Zoe. He still appeared to be just over 10 years old, unchanged from the last time Guan had seen him. Zoe, Nirvana Realm 0/9999/9999. His age was still 0, his lifespan and maximum lifespan unchanged. Guan grew more curious. What exactly was this state? Under his gaze, Zoe took a deep breath, as if bracing himself, and then ran towards the direction where the 1,000-foot forefinger had fallen. The little guy was fast, covering 100 miles in one step, as if blinking across space. Before long, he reached near the 1,000-foot forefinger, slowed his steps, and cautiously approached. When he stood before the 1,000-foot forefinger, it was as if facing a giant mountain. He reached out to touch the 1,000-foot forefinger. Guan frowned and subconsciously looked down at his own right forefinger. He actually felt his forefinger being touched. With his high cultivation level, he couldn't be mistaken. Could this 1,000-foot forefinger be his own? As Zoe touched the 1,000-foot forefinger, his eyes welled up, and he murmured something in a language not of the celestial spirit great world. As his tears fell on the 1,000-foot forefinger, the bizarre Daoist spiritual qi on the finger surged towards him, seemingly wishing to transform him into another kind of creature. Guan's eyebrows furrowed. He felt a strong sense of cause and effect. That was not his finger. It belonged to an old acquaintance, not from his past life but from his reincarnation body. It was Fairy Yao Xian, who he had met in his previous lifespan reincarnation. Fairy Yao Xian, in her attempt to save his reincarnation body, the Emperor of Eternal Life, had fallen into the Tao, condemned to eternal oblivion, her cause, an effect hard to trace. If it weren't for the Emperor of Eternal Life using the power of the great cause and effect steel, it would have been impossible to capture even a sliver of Fairy Yao Xian's cause and effect. Through Shenzhen, the Emperor of Eternal Life sent Fairy Yao Xian's cause and effect to Guan, the real persona, which established a causal relationship between Fairy Yao Xian and Guan. This process, too complex to be captured by the naked eye, was nonetheless real. As the relationship between Guan and Shenzhen deepened, his sense of cause and effect connected to Fairy Yao Xian also strengthened. He became increasingly certain that the 1,000-foot forefinger was indeed Fairy Yao Xian's. If so, what was the relationship between Zoe and Fairy Yao Xian? Could it be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590 The Origin of the White Spirit Sword. Guan recalled the life of the Emperor of Eternal Life, and indeed, he had a relationship with Fairy Yao Xian. With their cultivation levels, whether they conceived a child depended on their will. He felt that the child was likely the Emperor of Eternal Lives, and that was why he felt some sort of cause and effect relationship with the child. As his cultivation level broke through, this feeling grew even stronger. He continued to watch the child, whose hands were pressed against the 1,000 index finger, weeping softly. The child didn't seem to feel some force entering his body, he was only indulging in venting his emotions. Guan was curious in his heart whether a lifespan breakthrough could teleport someone out. Just as this thought arose, he received an answer. No. This answer inexplicably appeared in his mind, probably a response from the lifespan breakthrough. With the answer, he dared not act rashly. The desperate celestial tomb was not simple, this place was like a sealed land, unable to be exited directly. As time passed, the child stopped crying. He leaned against the finger wall, slowly closed his eyes, and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Guan began to deduce the child's destiny, but just as before, he couldn't calculate anything. He again looked toward the 1,000 index finger and continued to deduce. Source, web novel. Updated on N0 New. Guan suddenly made a sound of surprise, and his expression turned grave. This 1,000 index finger would later break out of the desperate celestial tomb and descend onto the great thousand world. It would bring a great catastrophe to all heavens and myriad realms. Guan saw countless beings fall into evil, and he saw a dark force swallowing up pieces of the great thousand world. He stopped deducing, his brow deeply furrowed. This index finger belonged to Fairy Yao Xian. Relying on it, Guan might be able to find Fairy Yao Xian in the future. But it would bring irreparable disaster to countless beings, meaning Guan could not take it out. After much thought, Guan decided to leave the 1,000 index finger and the child be for the time being. To prevent himself from wavering, Guan chose to teleport back. This teleportation used another 10 billion years of his lifespan. Now, however, he had reached the perfection of the heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm, and just crossing a minor realm had greatly advanced his strength. When he returned to the celestial spirit great world and opened his eyes, the environment around him hadn't changed, but he felt that the celestial spirit great world had weakened. It was so fragile that a single thought from him could shatter this part of the great thousand world. He walked in a direction, ready to enjoy nature and wait for Xiaolan to fully stabilize her cultivation level before returning. The path of cultivation was like a river, with countless cultivators sailing on it. Some people sailed faster, some overtook others, and some capsized, plunging to the riverbed. Guan looked down at the myriad beings of the celestial spirit great world, contemplating the various states of life, a process that helped him understand the essence of the world. The birth of heaven and earth was not difficult for him, but the operation of the rules of heaven and earth contained a deeper level of Tao intent. The heavens and earths were innumerable, yet their operational rules were mostly similar. In the midst of it, perhaps there was an even more transcendent power supporting everything. Guan thought of the mysterious great Tao aura on the 1,000 index finger. What kind of great Tao was it, and why was it so peculiar? After breaking through to the wandering immortal realm, Xiaolan was extremely excited and dragged Guan to visit Sage Su and their fellow disciples. SEA the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sage Su and the other traveling immortal instructors had long known that this day would come, but they didn't expect it so soon. When Xiaolan was in the Qi cultivation realm, Sage Su was already in the wandering immortal realm. Yet when Xiaolan reached the wandering immortal realm, Sage Su was still in the wandering immortal realm. Even if the mentor-disciple relationship was as good as it got, Sage Su still felt a bit mixed inside, yet she hid her emotions very well. Standing on the side as a bystander, Guan watched these people congratulating Xiaolan, thinking with a sigh how life was unfair, and he found it quite amusing. Afterward, Xiaolan wished to return to Xiao Manor for a visit, and Sage Su had no objections. With the cultivation level Xiaolan now possessed, she was capable of standing on her own. After Sage Su gave her several reminders, she watched Xiaolan and her companion leave. A middle-aged female cultivator remarked with emotion, even though she has become a loose immortal, she still treats that kid Guan like a treasure. I really don't know what kind of enchanting potion Guan fed her. Before Xiaolan entered the loose immortal stage, they all worried that Guan would be a drag on her. Now, they only marveled at Xiaolan's deep affection for Guan. Such emotions were rare indeed. If they could keep this up, it would indeed be a beautiful tale. On the way back, it was still Xiaolan riding the clouds, her mood somewhat uneasy. The excitement brought on by her breakthrough was replaced by the nervous emotion of returning home. Thousands of years had passed, and her parents had long since departed this life. She already knew this, and she feared that Xiao Manor might no longer exist, that the descendants of the Xiao family might have forgotten her. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. It's said that prodigies have their own destiny. This force, invisible and intangible, can protect those around them, Guan consoled. Xiaolan looked at Guan and asked curiously, Brother Gu, don't you have any regrets? From childhood, Guan had always been there for her. She had never seen him sad or disheartened, not even angry. He always remained gentle, cheerful, not a hint of negative emotion could be seen on him. Thinking about it now, Guan seemed unrealistically perfect. The curiosity in Xiaolan's eyes grew even thicker, as if she wanted to see right through Guan. Of course, I have regrets. Everything you've experienced, I have already been through. Once you've been through a lot and learned to let go, you won't feel as upset, Guan replied. This puzzled Xiaolan even more, and she asked, You're only 20 years older than me, how can you speak as if you were thousands of years older than me? Guan laughed and said, In dreams, I've experienced more than you. Really? Laner, have you ever thought about your goal in immortal cultivation? I actually have. Let's hear it. I want to be the master of the Dao court. Xiaolan said with a proud smile, and seeing her smile, Guan felt a bit dazed. Yilan always loved to chase after power. It seemed some things remained unchanged by the cycles of reincarnation. Chasing power wasn't a bad thing, people should always have goals in life. I hope to see you succeed in my lifetime, Guan sincerely said, making Xiaolan feel the pressure. Yes, her future was bright, but the same couldn't be said for Guan. Xiaolan feared that Guan would be saddened, so she started to change the subject. The prodigies of the primordial era were far stronger than those of the previous era, and the path to fame was naturally tougher. Xiaolan's reputation had already spread within the Dao court, but in the eyes of the world, she was still unknown. She prepared to venture out for trials, to compete for treasures, to punish the wicked and eliminate evil, just like the immortals in the stories. However, she was somewhat worried about Guan. Guan said she could go with peace of mind and that he would wait for her in the cave mansion, which relieved her considerably. Trials for treasures inevitably meant battle. She couldn't guarantee Guan's safety, but she also feared he might overthink it, leaving her hesitant. By the way, Brother Gu, what is the origin of this white spirit sword? Xiaolan asked out of curiosity. She had already discovered there was something unique about the white spirit sword. The person who gave me this sword said it was from an immortal. I didn't believe it until I followed you on the path of cultivation. Its origins are for you to discover. I'm not capable of that, Guan answered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591. With sentiment and without sentiment. Thousands of years had passed, and Shao Manor indeed had changed beyond recognition, now known as Shao City, the strongest cultivation family in the region. Despite their eminent status, the descendants of the Shao family always remembered Xiaolan, and her portrait still stood in the ancestral hall for posterity to worship. Xiaolan looked at the excited descendants of the Shao family and thought of her brothers and sisters. The newly initiated wandering immortal couldn't help but become teary-eyed. Her cultivation level was high, and she had lived longer than the members of the Shao family, but in reality, she had faced too few hardships and spent the majority of her life in seclusion, so she still had the temperament of a young girl. Guan watched Xiaolan being surrounded by her descendants, his face filled with a smile. The Yilan of his past life had once dreamed of such a scene. Unfortunately, she had no living family, let alone descendants. Xiaolan stayed in Shao City for a whole month, and all the citizens knew that the old ancestor of the Shao family had returned. Even cultivators from other cities and sects came to visit. During that month, although Guan could see Xiaolan every day, they did not spend as much time together as in the past, not because Xiaolan deliberately neglected him but because the Shao family members were too enthusiastic. When they left Shao City, Xiaolan stood on cloud mists, raised her arms, and laughed loudly. From now on, I have a new goal, not only to be the master of the Dao court but also to help the Shao family become an eternally thriving cultivation family. Her whole being was full of fighting spirit, and an aura unique to great talents appeared on her. As for Xiaolan's lofty ambition, Guan thought it was good, as it was a common human sentiment, just like how he would take care of the supreme sect. Guan also knew his own problems, always saying he would not interfere, yet he couldn't help but take action. Long Teng was the best example. No matter how high the cultivation level of a Daoist, they would always look after those close to them. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Guan suddenly thought of a question. Is it better for immortal gods to be affectionate or indifferent? Are heavenly Dao and great Dao affectionate? Guan fell into deep thought, while Xiaolan, unaware of what he was thinking, continued to express her lofty ambitions, as if shouting them could make heaven and earth witness her determination. In the Taizong imperial dynasty, inside the great hall of the palace, thousands of civil and military officials stood on both sides, watching a man dressed in gorgeous silver armor approach. This man was Long Teng, wearing thick silver armor, like a silver dragon wrapped around his body, his helmet adorned with 2 phoenix wings, and a white cape fluttering as if it had a life of its own. At the front of the steps, Li Xiandao, dressed in emperor's robes, looked at Long Teng, his face full of prideful smiles. Yang Jian also stood in the hall, dressed in official robes, not like a military leader, and he sized up Long Teng, nodding slightly. Li Yu, who had accompanied Long Teng to the Dao court previously, was also present, his expression excited, even waving to Long Teng. Long Teng remained calm, walked up to the steps, knelt down, and raised his hand to salute Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao smiled and said, "Rise, your battle achievements have satisfied me." Seeing Long Teng stand up, an elderly official took out a scroll and began to read. Admiral Long Teng, who swept through the drowning sea demon domain, beheaded the dark demon emperor, shook the 7 seas, enhanced the holy might of Taizong, is hereby bestowed the title of Admiral of Celestial Praise, ranked 1st grade, to enjoy Taizong's destiny forever, and his divine statue to be listed in the Divine General's mansion. His voice was full of vigor, echoing in the great hall, stirring discussions among the officials. Many were incredulous. They knew the emperor would reward Long Teng generously, but no one expected such treatment for Long Teng. 1st grade, nearly second to none. The position of admiral, previously only achieved by Yang Jian. Li Xiandao was very pleased with the official's amazement. He aimed to elevate Long Teng to the pinnacle, letting everyone in the world know Long Teng's name. Regardless of jealousy or disdain, Long Teng was destined to soar. Li Xiandao raised his right hand, and a golden order shaped like a sword descended from the heavens, landing in front of Long Teng. From now on, you may use this order to command any troops, viewing this order as seeing me personally, and may execute first and report afterwards. Li Zuando's voice echoed like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the great hall, and even Yang Jian was taken by surprise. Li Yu was stunned, having not expected the emperor to go to such lengths. However, upon considering the relationship between Long Teng and Guan, he found it reasonable. Although the Taizong imperial dynasty was strong, it was far from contending for supremacy over the world, and only with the support of supporting Dao Sword Venerable could there be hope. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Long Ting received the order unflinchingly, his words resounding firmly. As he accepted the order, the courtiers all felt that a great change was about to come to the Taizong imperial dynasty, as not only had the emperor favored Long Ting over the years but had also promoted other members of the Long family. With Long Ting being appointed as Admiral of Celestial Praise, the Long family had truly risen to the top echelon of the Taizong imperial dynasty, compelling even those with a deeper family heritage to take the Long family seriously. Hiss, a fierce wind swept into the great hall, causing everyone's complexion to drastically change. Long Ting turned around, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him and pushed forward with a palm. It was Yang Jian. As Yang Jian swung his palm, a tremendous mana erupted, seeming to strike an invisible existence, dispersing into a mist of energy. "Slaughter my demon soldiers and still wish to boast? Ridiculous." A cold sneer sounded, and Yang Jian's complexion abruptly changed as a powerful demonic power dispersed his mana, forcing him to retreat. As he retreated, he did not bump into Long Ting. Instead, he fixed his gaze, but Long Ting's figure had already disappeared. Li Xiandao on the dragon throne was also compelled to gather his mana but was still shocked into standing up. Ministers to either side were knocked to the ground, their cries of agony resounding. "Emperor Taizong, consider this a warning today. Your Admiral of Celestial Praise must die, and I will let my subordinates feast on his flesh." That cold sneer echoed again, the demonic wind in the hall ceased, and Yang Jian also disappeared from the hall, pursuing the source. Li Xiandao stood in front of the dragon throne, his brow furrowed, but he did not panic, his eyes mixed with a hint of unusual color. Long Ting was bound by an unshakable demonic power, losing his ability to resist. He could not even open his eyes, feeling the world spinning and his divine soul inverting. This sensation lasted a long time until he was finally thrown to the ground. As the demonic power dissipated, he opened his eyes and found himself lying in a dim underground plaza, which was vast, and in front, there was an altar over 1,000 zhang in diameter with a majestic stone statue standing behind it, a supremely fierce demon whose mere statue emitted an immense oppressive force. Long Ting turned to look and saw a red cord binding his battle armor, sealing his mana, preventing him from standing up. A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him, a hawk-headed demon wearing a loose Daoist robe and as tall as a small mountain. With his back to Long Ting, the demon faced the statue and said, "Master, I really can't bear it. I can endure the excesses of the Taizong imperial dynasty, but this guy slaughtered my demon soldiers. I must tear him apart personally." The novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. A hoarse voice followed. "What is this person's name? Is he related to that existence?" The hawk-headed demon snorted coldly. "His name is Long Ting. How could he possibly be related to that existence? Master, you are too cautious. Supporting Dao Sword Venerable has long left the celestial spirit great world. If he were really here, it wouldn't be the Dao court but the supreme sect or the Taizong imperial dynasty that would unify the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 592, God of the Great Thousand World. The voice of the eagle-headed demon echoed within the underground plaza, but the aged voice he called "Master" did not immediately respond. Long Ting heard him mention supporting Dao Sword Venerable, but his expression remained unchanged, and he did not disclose his relationship with the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. The underground plaza fell into silence. The eagle-headed demon turned to look at Long Ting lying on the ground. His right hand lifted, his palm transformed into an eagle's claw, elongated and sharp, with tips even flickering with a cold light. He looked down at Long Ting with a cold smile on his face, unable to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Long Ting looked up at him, his face still calm, showing no fear. Seeing Long Ting's composure, the eagle-headed demon's anger flared, his face became ferocious as he raised his claw towards Long Ting. "Wait!" The ancient voice suddenly rang out, the fierce demon stone statue exuding tendrils of demon chi, quickly coalescing into a transformed demon. This was an old man, dressed in a black robe made of animal skin, flying in the air like a ghost. His white hair casually draped, covering most of his face, his gaze fixed on Longting with furrowed brows. He is called Longting. What is his relationship with Longqing, the sect leader of the supreme sect? The old man asked. He was unable to foresee the cause and effect involving Longting, which made him uneasy and filled with a strong sense of dread. Sar the novel, F. Iyer. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He felt a disaster was imminent. The eagle-headed demon turned to look at his master, frowning. Even if he is related to the sect leader of the supreme sect, so what? When the outer heaven power attacked before, the supporting Dao sword venerable did not appear, and over these years, descendants of the Long family have been harmed without all their adversaries being destroyed. He knew the identity of the sect leader of the supreme sect, a disciple of the supporting Dao sword venerable. But the disciples of supporting Dao sword venerable were not limited to one, Yang Jian included. When Yang Jian assisted the Tai Tsang imperial dynasty in its conquests, he too had been captured by great powers, surviving countless life and death ordeals, never witnessing supporting Dao sword venerable in action. There were still enemies of Yang Jian roaming free, which was why the eagle-headed demon felt his master was too cautious. He even thought that his master was terrified by the supporting Dao sword venerable, lacking the spirit of a free immortal. The black-robed demon flickered, appearing before Longting, the eagle-headed demon turning as well. What is your relationship with the supreme sect's Long family? The black-robed demon sternly asked Longting. Longting snorted, kill or shred, I will heed your decision. He could tell this demon was deeply wary of the supporting Dao sword venerable, and he did not want to disgrace his ancestors. His attitude made the black-robed demon even more nervous, completely a stance full of confidence. The eagle-headed demon frowned. Master, let me kill him. The black-robed demon turned to look at him, his eyes fierce, deep voice declaring, if you dared, you would have killed him already, why bring him before me? Isn't it because you're also uncertain and want your master to take the pressure off you? The eagle-headed demon's eyes widened, wanting to retort, but facing his master's gaze, he held back. Indeed, as his master said, although he was angry, deep down he did not scorn as he claimed verbally. If he truly feared no retribution from the supporting Dao sword venerable's legendary influence, he wouldn't have just watched Longting slaughter demon soldiers. The more he thought about it afterward, the angrier he got, so he couldn't help but go to the Tai Tsang imperial dynasty when he heard Longting was being enthroned, and he blew up in rage, thus capturing Longting. He was a divine thought true immortal, before whom Longting had no power to resist. Moreover, you've underestimated the Tai Tsang imperial dynasty. Someone has already caught up, the black-robed demon coldly remarked, his tone icy. The eagle-headed demon's face turned gloomy. The black-robed demon looked back at Longting, and for some reason, seeing Longting's calm face made him increasingly anxious. He also started to get angry. Idiot! How could you cause such a huge disaster? In today's world, a great era of strife with treasures emerging endlessly, he too needed demons to help him, which is why he supported this disciple. Now, he regretted it. The black-robed demon took a deep breath and said, send him back. He must not be harmed at all. What? The eagle-headed demon's face changed drastically, its eyes filled with disbelief and anger as it looked at its master. The black-robed old demon suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, causing the eagle-headed demon to stagger back. Either send it back, or our master-disciple relationship is over. I shall leave now, the black-robed old demon stated irrefutably. Upon hearing this, the eagle-headed demon panicked. Longting watched the feud between the master and disciple, finding it noisy. Two useless creatures. Longting wasn't panicking after being captured, not because he had something to rely on, but because he wanted to die, to plunge into reincarnation. He no longer paid attention to the two demons, instead closing his eyes and contemplating the celestial dragon reincarnation technique. Guan just glanced at Longting's plight without paying much heed, such occurrences weren't rare in the celestial spirit great world where many of his old acquaintances had encountered similar situations. Once it was understood that they were connected to Guan, their enemies often hesitated and even started infighting. Guan was reading in the courtyard, still absorbed in the Cyan Hero Travelogue. The profound celestial intent, now a wandering immortal, traveled more and more, writing a book for every location he visited. Some stories were fabricated, while others were true. Guan greatly admired that the profound celestial intent never forgot his roots. No matter how high his realm, he still wrote stories from the past without any pretense. The profound celestial intent didn't write Cyan Hero Travelogue to please Guan. They hadn't seen each other for many years, and his writing was more for himself. Guan's copy of Cyan Hero Travelogue was purchased from the immortal cultivation realm. He never offered any suggestions to the profound celestial intent. An Xian appeared out of thin air beside him and said, "Master, the Jianghu sect is planning to fight for an innate spiritual tree. Yi Qingshan asked me to lend a hand. He said we could plant the tree near our dojo." Guan replied casually, "If you want to get involved, then do it." He wasn't very strict with an Xian. Over the years, she had helped the Jianghu sect numerous times and was already well known. Of course, the reason Guan tacitly approved of Nzin's involvement was that the Jianghu sect followed a righteous path. Unlike other sects that merely struggled for benefits, the Jianghu sect prioritized life, and if any creatures were threatened, they would intervene, prioritizing the preservation of life in any task. Acting chivalrously was a principle for disciples of the Jianghu sect. Nowadays, many joined the Jianghu sect to become cultivating immortal heroes, not merely for longevity. Go then, I've recently discussed with the ghost mother about improving the woodlands outside our dojo to try and cultivate more medicinal herbs. Ideally, I want the outside world to become a holy land of the human world, an Xian said softly with a laugh. She was now in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, holding the Tao treasure, the six paths mirror, capable of contending against all beings in the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Guan nodded slightly, his attention still on the book. An Xian glanced at the book cover and thought to herself, the same book again, how can he never tire of it? She bowed to Guan, then exchanged a few words with Shenzhen in front of the artifact refining cauldron, before she left. As evening approached, Guan put down the Cyan Hero Travelogue, stood up and began to stretch his limbs. He looked at Shenzhen and asked, "Fancy going out for a bit?" Shenzhen turned and looked at him, puzzled. "Then who will watch the artifact refining cauldron?" "Actually, it doesn't need constant monitoring. Even without anyone, the Tao treasure can successfully form," Guan answered. Shenzhen's eyes widened, she almost cursed. Biting back her anger, she asked, "So, where do you want to take me?" Guan replied, "To meet the gods of the great thousand world." Gods. Shenzhen's anger faded, replaced by curiosity. Source, Webn 0 vel. Com, updated on Nov 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, The Mischievous Fate Under the Night Sky. By the mountainside where the firelight flickered, Bai Sheng, the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god, sat cross-legged before the fire, cultivating energy to heal his wounds. He didn't notice someone watching him from the mountaintop nearby. Is he the celestial god from the great thousand world? Shenzhen looked down at Bai Sheng, asking with a face full of curiosity. To her, Bai Sheng appeared quite ordinary, hardly resembling a celestial god. Although Bai Sheng had undergone nirvana, he remained an insignificant figure in the world and was now facing the greatest ordeal of his life. The most important person to him had been captured by a peerless demon and was to become the demon consort. The news had spread across the demon lands, and demon kings from all quarters were preparing to offer their congratulations. If he wished to rescue his beloved, he would be up against the entire demon race of the demon lands. His pressure was immense, and without any other option, he had to cultivate alone in the desolate mountains and wilderness. Guan, feeling Bai Sheng's inner turmoil, replied, "He is a reincarnated celestial god. Don't be fooled by his weakness, his soul is the strongest existence in the world." Shenzhen wanted to ask how he compared to you, but she felt the question was unnecessary. He seems very troubled, Shenzhen said softly, staring at Bai Sheng. Guan glanced at her and inwardly nodded in approval. Her cultivation level might not be strong, but her perception power was growing as she gained enlightenment. In terms of perceiving the great Tao, Shenzhen was certainly the strongest among the dojo's disciples, following a highly unconventional path in her cultivation. Guan briefly narrated the story of Bai Sheng and Su Jin and the predicament he was currently facing. Su Jin had been captured by a demon of the divine thought true immortal realm, the most powerful being in the land. Had it not been for Su Jin's pleas, Bai Sheng would have already been killed by that demon. During the years of cultivating together, this man and demon had already become soulmates, and Su Jin had saved Bai Sheng countless times. He couldn't imagine how he would live without Su Jin in the future. Especially thinking about the suffering Su Jin might endure, his heart was in agony. After hearing this, Shenzhen showed an interested expression. She was no ordinary woman and wasn't moved to tears by the tale of Bai Sheng and Su Jin. She was pondering another question. Why could Su Jin bridge the gap of reincarnation and find the reincarnated celestial god? She had a vague suspicion that Guan was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Let's go down and meet him. Guan dropped this remark and started walking down the mountain, with Shenzhen following closely. Walking behind Guan, she asked, "Are you going to help him?" The idea of such a powerful celestial god enduring the suffering of reincarnation made Shenzhen think of the world-shattering battle before the remaking of heaven and earth. Knowing Guan as she did, it was clear he wasn't trying to mock the celestial god. Rather, he wanted the celestial god to understand the suffering of mortal spirits and thus become a celestial immortal that all sentient beings aspire to. Since ancient times, countless legends about immortal gods had existed, yet rarely did genuine immortal gods descend to save the world. For cultivators, immortal gods represented more of an aspirational goal. Cultivators long for the immortal gods, not for the responsibilities they carry, but for the capability of immortality. Walking ahead, Guan said with a soft chuckle, helping him is also helping those demons. After all, Bai Sheng was no ordinary man. Once he awakened the will of the celestial spirit god, it would take only a thought to turn those demons to dust. Of course, if Guan aided those demons in suppressing the celestial spirit god, they wouldn't meet such an end, but why would Guan want to help them? To forcefully wed another's beloved was inherently immoral. Shenzhen quickened her pace to walk alongside him, and together they approached Bai Sheng. With the help of Gu An's mana, Bai Sheng didn't sense Shenzhen's presence, nor hear their footsteps. It wasn't until the two of them were right in front of Bai Sheng that Guan coughed falsely, startling Bai Sheng into opening his eyes suddenly. Seeing the sudden appearance of two people in front of him, Bai Sheng was frightened and immediately jumped up, quickly creating distance and watching Guan and Shenzhen warily. He subconsciously thought that the two were demons in disguise, capable of approaching him without his notice, which surely meant their cultivation level was higher than his. Could they be subordinates sent by the demon emperor? Bai Sheng drew his sword, ready to fight. Guan looked at him and laughed, asking, "Don't you remember me?" Hearing this, Bai Sheng hesitantly asked, "You are?" He had only known Guan for less than a year, and now after so many springs and autumns had passed, he had long forgotten Guan, only occasionally recalling when he first witnessed the power of immortal cultivation. He would think of an old friend who died in that city. Sir the novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan, brother Bai, have you forgotten? I accompanied you to the imperial examination and even taught you swordsmanship, Guan said with a wry smile. After hearing this, Bai Sheng concentrated and quickly widened his eyes. He didn't immediately trust Guan, instead pinching himself, thinking he might be under the influence of a demon's illusion technique. Shenzhen covered her mouth to conceal her laughter at his actions. Guan patiently explained, "We are not transformed demons. If we were as you suspect, we wouldn't bother deceiving you, we would just kill you." Bai Sheng thought it made sense, but he was completely unprepared for the fact that someone from his memory, long thought dead, was still alive and standing in front of him. He overlooked one detail, that Guan somehow knew what he was thinking. "Brother Gu, where did you go back then?" Bai Sheng asked awkwardly, the passage of time having erased his recollection of the feeling of their companionship. Guan sat in front of the fire and gestured for Bai Xing to come back. Shenzhen sat next to Guan with poise, appearing like an immortal goddess from heaven, her knees pointing towards Guan, clearly positioning him as the principal figure. Bai Xing took a deep breath, returned to the fire. He was at his wit's end, and if he could not save Su Jin, life would be meaningless. His eyes became resolute, and he resumed his seat from before. Talking about me is pointless. Do you want to save Su Jin? Asked Guan, picking up a stick and poking at the fire as he spoke. Bai Xing's eyes lit up, asking, do you have a way? As long as you can help me save her, I'm willing to pay any price. Guan looked at him, his gaze sharpening. What if it meant your death? I'm willing. Bai Xing answered without hesitation. Guan continued, if you die, she might marry someone else. How would that be any different from now? That demon doesn't want to kill her. Bai Xing's complexion changed slightly, but he still said through gritted teeth, it's different. I want her to be able to pursue the happiness she desires, not be coerced. As long as you can save her, I'm ready to die at any time. This scene reminded Guan of when the boss had saved number 5 all those years ago. Back then, as now, Su Jin had given hope to the boss, but at the cost of his life. Destiny really had a way of playing tricks on people. Guan looked down at the fire, as if contemplating whether or not to save Su Jin. Bai Xing pressed, that demon emperor is a divine thought true immortal from the 8th heaven of immortal Tao. Do you know of a being stronger than him? He noticed his question made the woman beside Guan laugh again, the corners of her mouth lifting uncontrollably as though she were mocking him. Guan leisurely said, don't rush. Let me tell you a story. Bai Xing's heart was burning with urgency, hardly in the mood for stories, but before he could refuse, Guan began to speak. In outer heaven, far in the depths of the universe, there is a gate known as the World Gate, below which resides a deity called the Celestial Spirit God, outer heaven. God. Bai Xing was suddenly captivated and listened intently to Gu An's continuing tale. Shenzhen was also listening intently, even beginning to imagine such a scene. A towering gate standing in the cosmos, beneath it, a deity. Images began forming in her mind, she even saw other scenes. Source, Webn 0 vel. Com, updated on Nav 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible.